I was about to push the button and I had this sudden realization that my microphone was across the room from me, so I had to go fix that right quick. Let's get that music going. There we go, there we go, there we go. Romeo Void getting us started on the right foot, hitting that 12-month streak, 1 full year. Romeo Void, oh my god. Romeo Void, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of your continued, your marathon of support. Dare I say, welcome in everybody. Xander Shade, Project Dark Fox. There, of course, is Roland WJ. On time for once, might get a drink though. WJ, go get yourself a drink, man. Go get you something. That sucks, Roland. I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. We're reaching the point where those of us who hadn't previously are now starting to. Does my camera seem a little dark? It seems a little dark to me. Let me try to fix that. The overlay, the stream overlays are about to get a complete overhaul. I'm actually in the process of doing that right now and sorting out some of these chronic issues that we've had. Just kind of need to rebuild it from the ground up. Let me see here. Yeah, that seems better, doesn't it? I can actually see my face now. Isn't that nice? That's obviously what everyone needed, was to see this. And a very good evening to you too, to Square. I'm here for whatever, not going anywhere. Project Dark Fox. Project Dark Fox. Ride or die. Bad boys for life. It wasn't like a voice or anything. It was just nonsense. And a loose reference to a Michael Bay movie. Roland is painting. Holy shit, what are you working on, Roland? Working on a crossbow Omni-Mech tonight. Nice. Very, very nice. Project Dark Fox hitting month number 23. Why does it always seem to be 1 month behind the founding of something? The founding of something, well, the founding of something. Let's go with that. That's at least technically accurate. No, the catchphrase is 60% of the time, WJ. It's 1 in 3 and occasionally missing, wow. That was some good math there. 2 in 3 and occasionally missing one of those, just to keep things interesting. God, I hope not, Roland. Merlin Models, welcome in. How are you doing today, my British friend? You are British, right? I don't have that completely wrong, do I? You live in the UK. You say things like cheerio and sweet chimneys. That's what British people do, isn't it? They have a diet consisting entirely of, like, battered cod and blood sausage. Yeah, I don't mean to be like, no talking about the major events in the world, but I figure, you know, Roland, I've always just figured since the beginning of this, it's like, everywhere you go in your life, every single place that you go right now, you're gonna hear about fucking COVID. Why don't we just talk about robots? It's everywhere, man. Gonna make that Adeptus Titanicus chicken on a hex base? I'm not gonna make that chicken at all, Merlin Models. I'm never touching Adeptus Titanicus if I can help it. Now, Steel Warrior Studios might. Is it a powered USB hub for Gatorong? I've started using powered hubs for everything because I feel like they eliminate 90% of the problems that I usually have with USB hubs. Hello to you too, Hamburg Tack. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. I am British. Okay, fantastic. You say Tara, like, are you a big fan of Tara Reid? Is that what you're saying? Is that a thing over there? I remember the last time I went over to England, and this is probably going to date it, because it was like a decade and a half ago. I remember there was a drink called what was it? It was something aid. It was some really popular drink ending with aid. And there were ads for it fucking everywhere, and they all had Lara Croft on them. And I was just like, what the fuck? like, is that a thing over here? Are people in the UK, like, really into Lara Croft? We're not. It struck me as very strange. But I accept that different celebrities are going to be popular in different places, even fictional ones, at times, like Tara Reid. I like robots. Auto Fire, how are you doing today? Can we get a shout out, by the way? Looks like we've already gotten one for Merlin Models, folks. Definitely go give Merlin a follow. One of the most friendly and entertaining. This dude is such a good sport. He let me redeem channel points on his channel the other day, and then he sang what he knew of the chorus of I've Had the Time of My Life, the song from Dirty Dancing. He actually sang more than just the chorus, but he didn't know, like, how the rest of the song went. So it was interesting. It was a valiant effort. And can we get a shout out for Auto Fire? Auto Fire has a very chill, very relaxing, very welcoming stream that I've been spending a lot of time in the mornings lately. Mostly because Auto Fire's on fairly early relative to me, and it's been nice. I've been seeking out a lot more like just laid back, relaxing, chill streams. I found one last night called something like Samantha is Painting. It's just this nice Australian girl painting a Japanese vista in oil very, very quietly and listening to lo-fi music, and I was like, oh, this is actually very pleasant. This is a nice break from the rest of Twitch. It's not just someone in a low-cut top filleting a microphone, which is like a whole category now? I find that confusing. I know it all. Between me and O'Coral, we know everything there is to know. It might have been Lucozade Hamburg Tech. That sounds right. It was some kind of fruity drink. Something that we didn't have. You're in Wales. Oh, God. Oh, that's... I guess I should have known that because you have offered, as part of your channel redemptions, to speak that language that consists entirely of diphthongs. Silent Meister. Robots are asymptomatic. Be careful touching their parts. Though, thankfully, mostly sterile in that sense. Get 2 VTubers into miniature painting, and one of them may have me on while that happens. What have you on? Like, have you on the stream? Have you on, like, wear you like a mask? I'm never sure when it comes to VTubers. I'm not really, like, my crossover with VTuber culture is a very narrow band. A powerful woman with guns? Yeah, the guns are definitely the part that most people focus on when they talk about Lara Croft. That's definitely the part I'm sure you're interested in, Merlin Models. That's definitely the part, is the guns and how powerful she is, how she is an upstanding, you could say, erect example for women's empowerment across the world. Can you see the belief in my eyes? Romeo Void, how did you like it? Oh my god, I fucking love Prospect. And you owe some of it to me. I had the time of my life, and I never felt this way before. Oh yeah, that's the business right there. I actually have a story involving that song that I am never going to tell. Never. It's never gonna happen. It's pretty weird in retrospect. It made sense at the time. It really seemed like the thing to do, but the last time I talked about it, I was like, wow, I was young and thinking very strangely at the time. We're in the coffee part of the stream, O'Coral. I don't know when this became a thing. I mentally refer to this part of the stream as the forecast, where I sometimes talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing over the course of the stream. I leave a few minutes for people to kind of filter in, you know, if they want to catch the beginning of the work that we're going to be doing. I have my mug of coffee I self-advertise on my own stream. And then we paint some stuff. That's how it goes, you know? Now that I've sat on the Green Knight, what are your thoughts? To Square, I actually watched the Green Knight again last night. I was thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking about it. And I went and... No, a different story, Roland, though that one is good too. You know full well we have power fantasies involve locking a bulletproof low-polygon butler in the freezer. That's very specific. Actually, it hasn't... both of those things are true, Data Nerd, but this particular story is not involved with those facts. This story is actually an army story. This is a lower enlisted embracing the suck story that happens to involve that song. But like I said, you're not gonna get it. You can't hear... That's for me. That's for me. Okay. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, Green Knight. Okay, so yeah, we watched the Green Knight. We watched it Saturday. The Square was kind enough to stream it on Discord, and I liked it, and it was the kind of movie that it is mostly symbolism the whole way through. It is heavily layered with it. It is a beautiful movie, and I kept thinking about it. I got a lot out of it on the first watch. A lot of interesting ideas and concepts to do with, you know, the chivalric virtues and the changes that were made to the original Green Knight's tale and the role of different characters and the hero's journey and the symbolism of Saint Winifred. And I went back and I watched it again last night to Square, and I think I love that movie. I think I really, really love the Green Knight. It is beautiful, and it is interesting, and it is the symbolism in it is so rich. You know what I picked up on this time that I didn't the first time was the two portraits that were taken of Gawain, which, by the way, is the pronunciation I'm going to use from now on, because I never heard that pronunciation of his name, and I love it. Yeah, so he has the portrait done of him before he leaves on the quest to go seek the Green Knight in the Green Chapel. And it is a hand-drawn portrait done in the light of day as he poses by his, you know, his family, those who are closest to him. And it is all an interpretation passed through another person, and it represents him as heroic and noble and a little bit better than he really is. And then I was struck by the portrait that the lady takes of him when he's at the house before he arrives at the Green Chapel, which is that pinhole camera that she uses to do the single exposure on the plate. And then that being the portrait that appears behind him when he's on the throne later on in his vision. And how it was... I think that there's so much of the symbolism in the movie is in these two portraits. Because one of them is aspirational, one of them is heroic, one of them is larger than life, one of them is how he would like to be, how people would like to see him, and the other is this cold, flat, very real image, this dark reflection of who he actually is, as opposed to who he might want to be or who his loved ones might want him to be. And it like the two parts of the movie that it occurs in, and the two stark reflections, and the fact that that's the portrait on the wall behind him when he's on the throne, is... I feel like, again, between that and the line, "Is this all there is?" like, you could wrap up most of the movie in those two symbols alone, and that is far from all that they leave you with. It is a beautiful movie. It is fantastic. Marty P. Washington, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you doing today? We're all unqualified for this, Randy. You think I'm qualified to be doing what I'm doing right now? Is that what you think? You look at me and you think, wow, that guy, he's got his shit together. Oh. What's your guilty pleasure TV show, Roland? Yeah, I agree, to Square. I think that might be my favorite filmed telling of any Arthurian legend. And I love the fact that the Green Knight, like, it doesn't really change many details from the actual tale of the Green Knight. Like, that is it. That is the story. It has some things added into it, but nothing has changed that much. It is presented... It's how it's presented that is really the message of the writer-director, not necessarily what he's presenting. Yeah, WJ, the pinhole camera is very, very old. It's interesting. I don't necessarily think they would have had one then, but at that point in the story, it would have been in like Saxony. At that point, it would have been in like Saxony in like the year 900 or so, though they don't actually define it. It occurs in a fantastic world, obviously. And I'm like, you know, would they have had a pinhole camera? Maybe, probably not. Would there be giants? No. Would a tree man with an axe come to test the chivalric virtues of a young man in King Arthur's court? No, that probably didn't happen either. It's fine. It's fine. You'll do fine, Ren. You'll do fine. You don't have to be an expert to get somebody started. I think that's awesome, dude. You'll have fun. Hey, Dragon Printer, it's good to see you. It was the mushrooms. Yeah, the mushrooms, I thought that was going to be a bigger deal than it was. But it seems like the hallucinatory aspect of the mushrooms passed pretty quickly. Or, that's the thing about The Green Knight and the way it's shot, and a lot of the more accessible artistic movies is that it is very conceptual and it's very artsy, but it's also really, really open to interpretation. So it's like, if you see a message in there that speaks to you, is not necessarily wrong. And I think that's an idea people get in their heads about artier, more conceptual film, more experiential, atmospheric film in particular, is that the author has a specific message that they're trying very obtusely to communicate to you. And while they have themes they might be trying to communicate to you, it's not always that specific. A big portion of the enjoyment of movies like that is sort of you using it as a mirror. Taking those concepts and those images and finding out what they make you feel and how they reflect back into your life and your experiences. And that's why talking about them can be so enriching, is because many people can take many different meanings away from different scenes. And if the author intended that or not is really irrelevant. We're talking about The Green Knight, Marty. Mr. Altier, how you doing today, man? Mr. Altier, I followed you on Instagram earlier, didn't I? I think I did. Aren't you working on some Adeptus Custodes right now, Altier? Just let me know that I have the right person. Or don't, in any case. You are? Would you do me a favor? Would you post a link to your Instagram in chat? Because I love what you're doing with those Custodes. Guys, go click on this dude's Instagram and go check it out. Because, like, when people paint Custodes, it tends to just be like, look at my gold men, look at the golden boys, or if they're being real fancy, they might make them silver. This is an interesting paint job that he's got going on. I really, really like it. I like the fur collar that you have on the Custodes biker, too. Like, it's some interesting modifications. I'm really digging it. The lesson is sometimes you should probably not decapitate things. Yes, to Square. There's definitely a lot of that in The Green Knight. Look before you leap. Don't just go hacking people's heads off, because it seems like the thing to do. He got himself in a lot of trouble. Alright. I'm gonna start working on a Cyberpunk Camelot soon as well. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Altier's out of his damn mind. Listen to the things that we encourage around here. Good God. All right. Romeo Void, you gonna watch The Green Knight? You should. It's a great movie. I really I enjoyed it enough that 2 nights later I was like, I would like to watch this again. It seemed like the thing to do. It's just from the myths. Well, no, he wasn't supposed to be... That's the thing. Like, he wasn't supposed to be smart in that sense, WJ. He had to... All of these characters... Like, it is, you know, these... The Arthurian legends are like the soil in which the hero's tale that Joseph Campbell wrote about grew. These are the original... Not necessarily original, because they probably were born from a long oral history and many other stories, but as far as things that we have written down, these are the stories from which we take the concept of the hero's journey, the concept the hero who must be flawed, who must make mistakes, who must fail in order for his journey to have meaning. And in The Green Knight, Gawain fails over and over and over and over. Watching it a second time, it really is just a series of opportunities for him to demonstrate his virtue and run away. And he walks this interesting fine line of failing to demonstrate virtue, but never running away. And it's like there is a nobility in that, in aspiring. I feel like if I could define Gawain's character in The Green Knight as anything, it would be aspirationally noble. He is not noble, but damn it, does he ever want to be. He wants to understand what it means. Skellabee? Can we get a shout out, pretty please? For one, Skellabee. Really, for how long have you been painting, Skellabee? You said something stupid like 3 months. I want to give you a chance to correct that. Is it 3 months? I'm gonna clean my scraper here. Hey, Crossbow Roof, it's good to see you, man. Doing Cyberpunk since I'm going to start doing Infinity soon, so it fits both. I want to talk a little bit about Infinity tonight. Just a little bit, not a lot, because I don't really know much about Infinity. I can't really maintain much of a conversation on it, but specifically the models. Alright, we're going to be doing a teeny little bit of painting to start off with, and we're going to move on to our Hex Hills. I say this, Skellabee, because if you've been painting for 3 months, and you were working on the other day what I saw you working on, like, alright, here we go. Now we get the real story. Now we get the real scoop here. Painted my first mini in 2011. Throughout the years, I've only painted 5 figures and an inn for D&D. Damn it. I was hoping that we were gonna bust this story wide open, but that's not a lot of minis. I say this because I really liked what you were doing the other day with those, what are they called, the Ossiarch Bone Reapers. I apologize, I pay like no attention to most Games Workshop releases. I stopped paying attention a while ago, so I never remember what army's what or what's new, but it was some pretty good work, and you were picking up a lot of new ideas very, very quickly. But yeah, guys, check out Skellabee, drop her a follow. Relatively new streamer, I believe, relatively new painter, but doing some interesting stuff over there. Very, very involved with chat, very friendly atmosphere over there. Have I seen the Saxon Orcs? No. What, is that a thing? You know what I'm gonna ask you, Thunderhead Studio? I'm gonna ask you to turn your head and cough. Oh god, Dr. Rhino! Get the fuck out of here with your minis! You paint so many minis, man! No, I haven't painted more minis than you son of a bitch! At this point, it's becoming like harassment. Dr. Rhino is on my ass. You want to get him off my ass? Go follow his channel. Maybe that'll make him stop harassing me. Oh my god. Alright, give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta go grab a beer. I'll be right back. It's not a butt plug. Dino Man Matt 1987, I'm actually leaving Games Workshop, gonna use the cash to get elementals and get into Conquest. Nice. Very nice. Dino Man Matt, I approve. I absolutely approve, and thank you so much for the follow. I think I got a couple of beer trades. Let's get these out of the way. What do you got for me, Dr. Rhino? What are you gonna ask me? Hang on. You know what? I want to do something real quick. Hang on. Close this. And if I click here... Xandershade finished a shadow. Who? How did you enjoy painting your shadow? Who? I'm going to assume you meant Shadowhawk. Alright, let me do something really quick. This is something I meant to do before I started streaming, but then I didn't do it. So give me just a second. Not this. We're gonna do this. I didn't have a source for looking at things on the interwebs before, but I want to have one in this scene. So I just made one. Let's drop it back where it goes. Hang on. We're getting there. Huh? There we go. All right, let's have a look at this here for a second. Size it properly so I can actually see chat and see what the hell we're looking at here. Saxon Orcs. Oh god, I can't read that in the orc. I can't read it, orky. Arthur is the biggest and the baddest. Got like some custom leather comma going on here. It's a badass looking paint job. I love the sort of shearling collar you got going on. Doing this alongside the Custodes of the Round Table. That makes sense. You got the Arthurian knights against the Saxons. I can see that. So you said, Altair, you're a bit of an Arthurian nerd, and at this point, I think I'm willing to take you at your word. Nice work, man. That's awesome. Alright. Let me get caught up on chat here. You know, Dino Man Matt, not to self-promote too much on my own stream, but you can always hit ! Conquest and get a little lanky poo. And a code that you can use to get 10% off on Conquest's online store. Welcome to the game, by the way. Conquest is fucking awesome. Howdy yourself, Manro Fasal, hitting that 20 months of subscribing. Thank you so much for your support. How you doing today, man? Did I watch the... No, I didn't. I went to bed like almost immediately after that because I'm a lying son of a bitch. You should stop believing me when I say things, Dr. Rhino. I will... You know what I'm going to do? I will send you a message when I start watching it, and I'll start like a... We'll have an accountability system. I've got it on my damn computer. I just haven't fucking watched it. I was tired. We talked about Attack on Titan so much, and it wore me out. I was all tuckered out. Shock 21 hitting 17 months. God, that hurts so much worse, Dr. Rhino. Oh my god. Oh. Oh no. Do I have a clip? Do I have a clip to illustrate my hurt? Let me see. This one. This is the one. Dr. Rhino, it hurts like this. Like getting shot just right in the dick. That's how it hurts.
Your move, creep.
That is the pain. Jobless, but okay. Okay, yeah, you know, that sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But as long as you're okay. Oh, okay with it. Oh, well, in that case, then that's awesome. That's great, then. Alright, let me get a little bit. So, we've been... I challenged Kursala the other day. Because he keeps saying insane things. Kursala keeps saying just crazy shit in chat about how Rainy River Designs paint on Elegoo water-washable resin works without primer, which is ridiculous. It's balderdash. It's poppycock. And to prove my point, I'm going to put some RRD paint on some uncured, not uncured, on some cured resin today. But we're going to try a couple of little experiments here. I have here two things from Rainy River Designs. I have two of his tanks, one with a black primer on it and one unprimed. We're going to put a little bit of paint on each of these. We're going to put a little bit of paint on on a washed but unprimed Catalyst Game Labs Plastic Commando. And we're going to put a little bit of paint unprimed on the bottom of this Scio-Res, also known as Dual Cast Tank from Talon. Now, I'm doing it on the bottom because I kind of already primed the top of it, but I was able to scrape it off the bottom, and this is a nice smooth surface. And this is the one I'm really interested in because the claim from Sciocast, about their Scio-Res material, is that you can paint on it without primer. I still don't think I'm ever going to do that, but I want to know how well it works, and I don't. So, we're going to put down some paint, and then we're going to set these aside, and we're going to check them out again at the end of the stream. Oh, am I choking? Am I choking? What am I choking on? I'm not choking. Is that a ghost? I don't know what just happened. Anyway, we're going to see how well it does by the end of the stream. This, by the way, is the same material that I mentioned Infinity. That, what's the company? Corvus Belly is using for some of their new models. This, oh, god damn it, Bulldozer. Get your phantom grip off from around my throat. If you've seen the new plastic model, I don't know what it's called. It's some kind of weird, adorable, huggable spider bot. But they made it in this new plastic material, and it's very interesting to me because I have some of these from Talon Games. This is what they're doing Cab Strike Ops in now. This material is amazing. It holds detail really, really well. It is incredibly flexible. I can demonstrate that again, by the way, by using this tank barrel. I have bent this tank barrel completely back on itself. Like 3 times now. And after bending it I'm talking like tip to turret. After doing that 3 times, this is the angle that it comes back at. You can see there's the slightest curvature to it. But I mean, like, I'm gonna do it again. This is number 4. It should just break at this point. After doing it 4 times, this tiny, narrow tank barrel may not completely return to its original position. Kind of incredible. Of course, you can always just bend it back, and it actually goes back pretty well. And yet it holds detail remarkably well. This is an incredible material. If it genuinely holds paint that well, like, That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm done working with metal models for the most part, but if Infinity releases a box in ScioRes, I'm all about it. I want more of this plastic. This is the ScioRes bulldozer. All right. Let me get some Rainy River Designs paint out here. What color am I gonna use? Let's use something straightforward and simple. I got some Rainy River Designs out of focus paint here. Witching Rock, which is really one of my favorite colors. It's very close to Game Color's Stonewall Gray, and I think it's not quite as warm as Scale Color 75 Birch, which has been a favorite too. It's good to see you again, Automat. How you been, man? Good thinking I was saying StynylRes. No, though I would put StynylRes on. See, that's the thing. Even if you can paint on it without primer, I probably never will, but I'm curious if it's as viable as people say. Because they claim this on the actual website. If you go to Sciocast's website, they're like, you can paint it without primer. And I'm like, really? Like, do we want to do that? You know what? I'm not going to use Witching Rock. I'm not going to use Witching Rock because it's kind of a neutral color, and I want to see how well it goes. I want something that's more contrasting. Let me pick something else. I thought about that after I put it down. Use something a little bit darker, a little bit more colorful. Let's use some... Wait a second. Amethyst is an overlay. We've got some Mystic Thunder here. Let's use that. Casino reads, is that true? Well, then I'll probably never buy a box of their stuff. I can't stand metal models, man. I got back into metal models again recently for playing Warcaster, and it's like, I can't do it anymore. It's fucking metal models drive me crazy, man. Have I got any paint water? Well, I have very, very little. Most of it is dried up. Still, it should be enough for what we're doing. Oh wait, Mystic Thunder. Oh, that's why it has the green cap. Oh shit. Okay. No, that's a stain. Why do you have so many kinds of paint, Kursala? Why is your product line so extensive? What's wrong with you? Hang on, I have to have something. I have to have one bright color. You know I do. Why are they all overlays? I'll use some of this Cold Gray Light Shade. This is a good pick. 9 fucking hours later, I finally pick a color. Yeah, that's good and dark. We'll be able to see how that goes over the bare resin. I'm gonna thin it slightly. A little bit of distilled water. Not much. Alright. Starting with this Elegoo water washable gray tank that was sent to me by Rainy River Designs. This is it's the Taurus. Is it not? And we're just gonna slather this on, and we'll test how well it holds after it's had a chance to cure for a couple hours. I find myself thinking that even if I can do things without primer, I probably won't, just because I like using my base coats to color the figure, to undershade it. And bare resin is not the best for that. But like I said, it's an academic curiosity more than anything else. Hey, 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 Lady B Miniatures, how you doing? Yeah, welcome. Welcome to a lifetime of struggle, Mr. Altair. Alright. That is on our Bear Elegoo water washable resin. And let's throw a little bit of it down on the... This is, again, just out of curiosity. I'm not really expecting to learn that much out of this experiment. I just said that I'd do it, and I kind of wonder how it's going to turn out. So we're going to put a little bit of it down now on this Bear CGL plastic. Now this, all I've done to this is wash it. And I've only washed it with soap and water because this is a cast plastic miniature, and there would certainly be mold release on it. Important tip, folks, whether you're going to prime or not, which you should prime, you should always prime. Please don't let me convince you otherwise. But if you are working with cast plastic or resin of any kind, you should give it a good wash with soap and water. Mold release agents are placed on the inside of molds before material is cast into them so that the cast product will release from the mold much more easily. It creates a barrier between the mold material and the casting material. And when the cast product comes out of the mold, it is usually sticking to the plastic itself. You want to get that off, because that'll also create a barrier between your paint and your figure. Fuck yeah, Mr. Altair. Dude, miniature painting is a great hobby, and it's one of those things like, I don't work really hard to try to convince people they should try miniature painting if it doesn't interest them, because it's really one of those things where it's like, once you discover it exists, you're going to have one of two reactions. Your reaction's either going to be, what the fuck is that, what a bunch of nerds, or, that seems pretty cool. Like, you know if you want to try it or not. If you think it seems cool, I absolutely encourage you to go for it, because it's one of my favorite hobbies. It is incredibly enriching, and as you have noticed, the community around it is pretty damned excellent. So welcome Altair. I keep putting a little extra vowel in your name because I see Altair and I'm like Altair, which is the bird in Arabic. Also the name of the main character in the first Assassin's Creed game, which if you didn't know, you just learned his name was the Bird. Kind of like his teacher was named Al-Muallim, which means the teacher. Kinda on the nose. God, this is a nice color, too. Yeah, you don't need to wash UV printed resin. It has no mold release on it. It shouldn't have any chemicals on it at all. Excited for Old Dominion. A lot of people are excited for Old Dominion. I'm excited to have Old Dominion to play against. I don't think I'm gonna buy them. I'm more excited personally for City States. I'm waiting on them. Right now I have 100 Kingdoms army. And here in a little bit I'm gonna be building and painting some spires. This is primed, by the way. This is gonna be our control piece. This is primed using Stynel Res Black. Grew up watching Gundam Wing and anime in general, listen to rock music, love Harry Potter, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. If I'm not a nerd, then I don't want it. I've been mainlining Star Trek right into my fucking veins. You're in good company, Altair. You know, for the most part, anyway. I'm not gonna go too crazy with this, just get a decent coat on top. Yeah, the city-states are going to be my next major buy-in. A lot of people are waiting on Old Dominion, though. People have been talking about using my Fields of the Fallen bases for Old Dominion. And I think they'd lend themselves well to it. I'm going to be trying to get these hero bases painted up so I can have them as examples here in the near future. But I can see how this would be good for Old Dominion for like undead. You could even add in some bones if you really felt like it, you know? Oh no. Oh no. He was heralded too. Fucking Dr. Rhino came in like the Silver Surfer, heralding the arrival of Matt Yee. Does that make Matt Yee Galactus? I don't know. I don't think I can answer that question. I don't think I'm qualified. My painter, I got something for you, Yee. I got something for you, Yee. This is just for you, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, Yee? How was the rest of your stream? I had to duck out. Welcome in, hi, Draxos. So people know what's going on. I'm testing. People have been telling me lately, because they're potentially suffering from traumatic brain injury, they've been telling me, like, well, you can paint minis without priming them. So, we are going to we're just slapping some paint down on some unprimed plastics, and we're going to let it cure and see how well it holds in a little bit. And specifically, this is the one I've been waiting for. I'm going to throw down some paint on some unprimed Scio-Res. This is the interesting part of this experiment, because Scio-Res is a very, very interesting new material that several companies have been using, notably Corvus Belli and Talon Games. And there's a big claim from the manufacturer that you don't have to prime it, and I want to know what they mean by that. So I have a little bit of Scio-Res right here. This is from Cav Strike Ops' new line. And we're gonna put some on and we're gonna see how it holds after a little bit of cure. Hi Draxos, you're in luck. We're painting some Battletech terrain here in just a few minutes. We do a lot of Battletech around these parts. And thank you so much for the follow. Matt Yee, Matty E, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Matt E, why don't you go give Sparky a little scritch on the belly for me. A little one behind the ears, maybe. Here's the thing, Datron Voltari. Just because something is technically true in an academic sense doesn't mean that it's good advice or useful in any way, shape, or form. I like Goobertown hobbies quite a lot. I think that Brent is one of the smartest people currently involved in the miniature painting community. He's certainly one of the best educated. That said, his extremely narrow supposition that you don't need to prime your minis has so many variables involved in it, and its advice being given to people who don't know all that much about mini painting, it's bad advice. It's bad advice. You should always prime before you paint, because there is nothing to be gained from not priming, and potentially quite a lot to be lost from not priming. I do not believe it to be good advice under any circumstances, particularly not to newbie painters. The veteran painters might know enough about their paints and their materials to judge when they should and when they shouldn't, but no. I have watched the video, Datron Voltari. I've also painted a lot of fucking minis. I've put paint down on minis and watched it beat up and sheet off enough. I've put paint on minis only to pick it up an hour later and have it just sort of come off when my thumb touched it, enough to know that you should prime your fucking minis, like every single time. This is an entirely academic experiment here, and mostly built around the notion that this new material, Scio-Res, might not need it as much because of the nature of its surface. I have spent a great deal of time painting minis and then had the paint simply sheet off when I touched it, because I didn't prime it. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing, and just because it might not be strictly essential doesn't mean it's not a great idea literally all the time. And that's my primary argument, Datron Voltari, is not that he's wrong, but that there is again, I'll just say it one more time, there is nothing to be gained from not priming. There is a great deal that can be lost by not priming. So, prime your minis. I say this as I'm putting paint on an unprimed mini, so, you know. Let me clean this brush. Let's do a little dry brushing. We're going to let this paint sit, and we're going to see how it holds up after an hour or two of curing. Datron Voltari, you have to understand that rules of thumb like that, particularly in the case of art, particularly in the case of a hobby like miniature painting, where there are a lot of new people getting involved, it's like Shakespeare, you know? You have to know the rules to break the rules. And by the time you know what you can get away with priming or not priming, you don't need the rules of thumb. The new people need the rules of thumb, and the new people should always be priming because they don't understand it well enough to not do it. Alright. And it's not dogma, it's statistical applications. Most of the time it's going to be a good idea and there's nothing to lose, so just do it. Questioning this dogma gains you nothing. Exactly, Lady B, exactly. In this case, we're only mentioning it because, and it's the only reason that I'm entertaining this at all, is because of Sciorez, and because one of their claims from their company is that this material specifically does not require priming where many others do. This is a fairly new material that I have not used much of, so I am curious. And we're going to test it. Actually, man, that Rainy River Designs paint, that was 2 thin coats, and look at that. That went on real nice. Pretty opaque, too. Whew, I like that. Oh no, Matt Yee's just belting out complete fucking gibberish now. That is incredibly pedantic, Datron Voltari. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy pedantry as much as the next man. But it's not very applicable is my only real argument. Alright. So, we have all of these Battletech Hex Hills. Let me widen my angle a bit, because we're going to be working on some big stuff. All I have done to these, literally all that I have done to these, is I have applied texture spackling to the top, and I have applied spray primer. That's literally all that's on these guys right now. I did a gray filler primer to fill in the details on the sides, specifically to fill in the print lines, which worked remarkably well. And I applied some texture paste, and then I hit them with a brown, like a ruddy brown, rust brown primer. That's what this color is. So all this was done with rattle cans. You can see how these new hills, they're all labeled according to which set they belong to, so you never mix them up. Oh, no, I agree, Lady B, which is why I know that it's complete bullshit. It is Skelebi. It's a personal favorite. Datron Voltari. I hope you don't. I hope you take no offense to my chuckling at your argumentation. I'm just like I deal in practicalities rather than technicalities most of the time, and practically everyone should just prime. It's just a good idea. What texture paste? So I'll apply a little bit of this a little bit later so I can show you how I did it, because I did all of these in about 20 minutes. But I use Vallejo Earth Texture. Currently I have Desert Sand. I personally don't really care what color it is because I always put paint over it. But, wonderful. I'm glad to hear that, Datron. Yeah, there we go. Skelebi has it. To not prime is a crime. Can we get... Hey, let's record that. We're going to make that a thing, okay? Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to make that a thing from now on. That's going to be rule number 2. I'm going to put it right next to this button.
Ass Crackling Thunder Spunk! Yeehaw!
It is. It is delicious. I know Vergaderung likes to use their red oxide version of this exact thing. I personally don't care what the color is, because like I said, I always put paint over top of it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It is an acrylic medium, so acrylic paint will go over it just perfectly fine. It has a wonderful fine grit. I really recommend these, particularly guys if you're out there buying the texture pots from Games Workshop. For the most part, stop it. They're wildly overpriced, and they are no better than what you get in these pots. Like, there's so much more in here for the price. These things are fucking fantastic. If you're using texture paste, look for the equivalent from Vallejo. Your wallet will thank you over time. And it has yielded this nice, fine texture on top, which we'll see as we get into some dry brushing. Vallejo has good everything, Skeleton. Well, maybe not good everything, but good most things. Last night I had some weird thought that I came across. You? Whoa. Slow down. Mafik had a weird thought. What? That's unprecedented. Mafik never has weird thoughts. Is the sarcasm coming through? I can't really tell. The camera's so small. It should be there though. I should read the rest of that. Came across with small fantasy Gundams, and I was like, should I do a D&D with it? But it snapped out of me because I have an old trauma with it. What the fuck are you talking about? Mafik, I love the way your mind works, man. I love it. I really do. Now, are you saying you had an idea to run a D&D fantasy campaign using small fantasy Gundams, but you decided against it because some experience in your life has traumatized you against small Gundams in a fantasy setting? Because I don't know if I can wrap my head around that. I kind of want to know what the experience is, but I feel like if it's traumatizing, you probably don't want to share it. But I'm like, what could that be? What could possibly have done this? Will the recording of this be available later? Absolutely, Dragon Printer. Absolutely. My VODs are up here on Twitch, and I periodically take the opportunity to bulk upload them to my YouTube channel, which so far is literally nothing but unedited VODs. Eventually, I want to get some actual videos up there, and I've been saying that for like a year, so God knows if it's really going to happen. But they're there. They're up there. A bad anime? I guess that could do it, to be fair. Alright. So we're going to just start dry brushing the hell out of these hills using some of only the finest tubes of U.S. Art Supply acrylic craft paint. Only the finest. The finest craft paint that the bottom shelf of the craft art store could provide. Dragon Printer, it's wonderful to have you here, man. I hope you have a great day. Oh, I will say something for Osiris, real quick. I have primed the top of this tank, and I've tried to scrape the primer off, and it is fucking on there, like, damn. Now, that is what primer is supposed to do, but this primer is on there harder than... Like, I literally just scratched it with a blade, and the primer didn't come off. I had to dig the tip in and gouge it, and it skipped across and took out 3 little chips of paint. Like... I'm having to gouge the plastic to get the primer off. This is... There might be something to this with Sciorez. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hydraxos. Oh my god, hitting that tier 1 sub button. Hydraxos, thank you so much for your support, my friend. Try puffy paints. Then we could just bounce our minis across the table, right? This is genius. They'll be so durable, Matt Yee. Why do I let you in here? Alright, let me get my big fluffy makeup brushes. I'm going to start with yellow, and I'm going to go to, like, an ivory. This yellow ochre over most of it should establish a good tone and start to pick out the details. And Xander Shade hitting that 3 months. Have I seen the Army Painter equivalent of GW's contrast paints? Yes, Xander Shade. They release on March 31st, and I've actually pre-ordered a set of those already. Oh, Coral, you know what? Here, man. Sorry about that. I ordered a set of Army Painter's new speed paints. It is my intention to have them and some GW contrast paints right here on the stream when they get to me, and just compare and contrast. I'm going to give them a little bit of a review and try them out. I really like Army Painter paints. Not all the time. I've had some bad experiences with them. I know a lot of people have. It's mostly that their paints tend to be inconsistent, which is a problem. It is a major problem, but if their speed paints work that well, I mean, shit, I'll use them. I've seen some of the results that the early reviewers were able to get out of them, and it's compelling stuff. So these things are so textured that you should be able to dry brush them without thinking about what you're doing essentially at all. This, by the way, is the set that corresponds to Catalyst Game Labs' Battletech map Desert 3. Yeah. Compare and contrast with contrast. Ooh, that's going to be the name of the stream. I'm stealing that. Thank you, Matt Yee. I'm going to call it Hungry Man Compares and Contrasts with Sigmar Man or something. I cannot believe that you have become a fucking Sigmar chud. I am beside myself with grief and disappointment, Yi. I want to go heavier. But this is going to take me forever. You see it picking up that texture real well. I'm being real rough with it. That's the nice thing about these 3D prints and heavily textured things that you're dry brushing, though. You can really just go ham and not worry about it. This is our first layer of dry brushing. We're going to do one more, maybe two, probably just one, though. I'm trying to keep these simple and effective. Age of Chudmar. Yeah. I mean, yeah, more or less. Oh, Coral. Picked the Bone Reapers because they looked good. That's the best reason. That's the best reason to do anything in mini painting, is you see a model and you go, I like that, I want to paint that, and then you go and you paint it because you liked it. Don't become a jaded freak like me, who worries about, like, trends and bullshit. Hydraxos, these are mine. I actually have a whole line, quite a large line of 3D printable, hex-friendly Battletech terrain available in STL and physical format through Steel Warrior Studios. These are a new release. These should be available for purchase in the next week from Steel Warrior Studios. You can hit !Steel Warrior to get a link over to his site and check out all the stuff that I've made. It's quite the extensive line at this point. We got natural terrain, we've got urban terrain, we got military stuff, and it is all obsessively hex compatible because that's how I play the game. Internally grumpy old man mode 24/7. Oh my god, I am so very represented by that comment. Damn it, Skeleby, you cut right to the fucking heart of my being. being. Ah, it's the joke. I meant that. I meant that as the joke. That's why I said it. Yes. Of course. How you doing, Crypt Shadow? It's good to see you, man. Everybody have fun in the latter part of that there Yi stream. Watching him slowly capitulate to the fucking man. Watching him get down on his knees for Daddy GW.
Oh, Games Workshop, please forgive me. Oh, please let me play your Age of Sigmar games.
It was really something to watch. I saw him sacrifice his Gabe Newell portrait on an altar of Games Workshop today. It was disgusting. I mean, you say that, Yi, but you also said you would never play Age of Sigmar, and look where we are now, huh? Look where we are. So how is anyone supposed to trust you, I guess, is my real question. That does kind of suck. If you're stuck between Citadel and Army Painter, like, I have a hard time recommending Army Painter. Their standard paints, just because, like I said, their batches are inconsistent. When I've gotten good batches of Army Painter paint, it has been nice, but then I've gotten bad batches. And say what you will about Games Workshop, things like, they're a bunch of money-grubbing assholes who charge way too much for their paint and put it in terrible pots because they hate you. Saying things like that. It's also hard to argue that the paint in the shitty pot is not actually pretty good, because it is. Why do I have so many hills? Must go faster. Must paint faster. Can help every now and then using a huge brush like this to rotate it so you're getting paint that's on other sides of the bristles. I know, WJ. It's like, it was so sad that after he announced it, his camera got up off of its stand and positioned itself in the loneliest angle I've ever seen, just to film the sadness that is now Matt Yi. Yes, indeed, Scalabee. In fact, I don't know if... you're relatively new to mini painting. I don't know if you've received this advice yet, but makeup brushes are the best dry brushes there are. Absolutely the best. Oh no, it's easy, Matt. You just apply a little afterwards, you know? I like to use this to make myself appear jaundiced. Does it stay wet forever? No, Maggie, come on, it's not your mom. Let's get real. God, oh my god, I feel terrible for what I just said. That's like immediate, just like, oh, you're a bad person. Oh no. Unsubscribe. You can tell I'm being just crazy sloppy with this, but that's why I made the details on this so deep and pronounced, is so you really don't have to think about it. Just waggle your dry brush in there and pick up what you can. I'm being real rough with the yellow because we're going to come back in with another color and layer it a little bit. Looks like mustard, and now I want a hot dog. It's good to know that you're just as fucking suggestible as I am. Oh no, that's purple paint. Purple paint can't go on this. What have I done? Get off my brush. Get off my brush, purple paint. Get some more of this. Put some more mustard on my palette here. And please do, Data Nerd, please. I'm Matt Yee. I am dispatching Data Nerd with some wargaming terrain as an apology. Please accept it in the spirit in which it is given. I would, Skelebi, but that probably violates TOS. Is it paint or sauce? It's like, who's that Pokemon, but potentially toxic? Oh, I was gonna do that anyway, Kursala, but yeah, no, totally. You could use a smaller brush for this, probably, and be a little bit more precise if you wanted to, but I'm doing a lot of them, and I just don't care that much. Maybe it's because I have access to essentially infinite copies of this? I don't know, maybe it's a psychological thing. I'll probably use a smaller brush when I apply the ivory to it, just so I can be a little bit more controlled about it. Hey, what's up, Cerberus Cull? How you doing, man? Welcome in, welcome in. I like that hermit crab you just did, bro. I like that hermit crab. We were all kind of talking about the hermit crab for a little bit there. It turned into a bit of a meme. And then we saw the remix that you did with the flea, and I'll be the first to admit there were a few chuckles, like another little remix. Everybody's doing those. And then like 12 hours go by, and he's just like, "Oh, I made a whole mech. I made the whole mech. I just made it overnight." I was like, "Oh shit, okay. I take it back." Well done, man. It's really a good-looking file. It's still a Flea remix, but if you didn't know to look for it, you probably wouldn't notice. You did a good job on it. Like, the first one was much more obvious. And for doing it in one night, dude, it's a nice-looking file. Good job. Python Knight, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Well, hidey-ho, neighbor. Alright. On to the next one. More giant hills. We're about halfway there. I'm quite enjoying Peacemaker. Peacemaker is so far quite a lot of fun, and yeah, Eagly's my boy. Eagly and Vigilante. I love the guy they have playing Adrian Chase. What? What did you ask? Who asked what, Dr. Rhino? What are you talking about? I'm sorry, chat's moving a bit tonight. I'm not gonna catch everything. Any news on that new MBB resin? MBB? Master... Bollock... Oh, fucking god... Ah!
I'd buy that for $1.
Because somebody had to laugh at it. Ooh, Avash, thank you for the reminder. Oh, I keep running into them somehow. I don't know how. I'm smarter than this, generally speaking. Avash, how's your 100 Kingdoms coming, man? Really just trying to get the most we can out of that texture there. Being real generous with the yellow. Because again, we're going to go over this with another color. These are quickly printed hills, and we're trying to paint them quickly. You could take more time on these and probably get a more refined look out of the texturing on the sides, but we are just not worried about it right now. Bahamut with the follow. Wait, weren't you following before? I could have sworn you were following before, Bahamut. My God, you're subscribed. How are you not following? Is that even possible? Cerberus Cole, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream, my friend. It is good to have you. I'm going to show, too, I'm going to be applying some of this texture to some of my unpainted hills here in a minute. You can use these as hexless hills very easily. Very easily, for those of you who play like Alpha Strike. It is as simple as smearing texture on the top and just not gouging out the hexes. It is that easy. Yeah, the peppermill with a nice flared base, Matt Yee. Cook me something, Skella B. You making hot dogs? Bring me some fucking hot dogs, yo. Start talking about hot dogs. Now I'm thinking about hot dogs. Oh man, I'm destroying this brush. Choke up on my grip a little bit here. I never complimented your balls. That simply did not occur. I asked what they were. Why do I keep putting the yellow paint next to the purple paint? It's like I'm stupid or something. This is my dry brush wipe off towel. Hey, bro. Nice balls. Damn, you know how to eat a hot dog. That's not a euphemism. Like, after a few seconds, I realized what that sounded like. It's not a euphemism. I don't use euphemisms, I just say gross things, okay? You should know I'm not that clever. And then sometimes I push this button, but it's just because I like it. Oof. Oof! Matty E with the skills?
Let me try that! Cobra assault cannon, state of the art, bang bang. I like it!
Getting down in some of these little concave areas. Should be the soundtrack to my whole life. Aren't there more saxophone solos in my life, guys? Just in general, you know? How you doing, Negative Charisma? Alright, we're getting there, we're getting there. I like doing this kind of painting on stream, because I don't have to think about what I'm doing, like, at all. You know, Drakari, the answer you give could be translated to simply, because you don't have enough money, and that is unfortunately the answer to many of the problems in my life. But you're right. I don't have enough money, and therefore I do not hire a saxophonist to follow me around, and that is tragic, really. I thought that was the whole point of the American dream, you know, like one generation breaks their bodies as manual labor in farms, so the next generation can sacrifice themselves in a world war, so the next generation can engage in an over-financialized version of a hyper-capitalist nightmare society, and then the generation after that can afford to pay the guy from the Lost Boys to follow them around and play the saxophone. I think I read that. That was in, like, one of the, like, the Federalist Papers, wasn't it? Somehow that got a subscription. Cerberus Cull, thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate your support. False. Dropping a gift sub on the red Smurf, no less. Cerberus, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. The baby boomers ruined it. They ruined our saxophone dreams, you guys. Fuck. Eat the rich and enslave the sax players. We have nothing to lose but our chains. I'm running this brush ragged today. It's gonna be maybe too chunky to continue in a minute. I'm gonna switch off to my backup. I have a copy. I can go get it for you. I think if you were to go get your copy and read it carefully, you would see what I'm talking about, Automat. It's in the goddamn Constitution, my okay. I underestimated how important it was to the Founding Fathers that we be accompanied by an entourage of big sweaty men with chains around their necks and saxophones in one hand. They're not locked. The chains aren't locked. It's not a servant situation, okay? He's wearing the chains because they're stylish. And he might not be sweaty. He might be greasy. I don't know. It's been a while since I watched The Lost Boys. Rhino. After the economic boom, we swept back to war. Due for another one soon. The question is, against whom? I assume it's going to be against cats. Everything that I have seen over the last 20 years of life, and over the course of my term of service in the United States Army, has led me to believe that the next major war is going to be fought against cats. I don't think you know how shifty they are, man. I've already taken over the goddamn internet. If that's not an act of war, I don't know what is. It's possible I don't know what one is. Would filament or resin printer be better for terrain/models? Yes, Bahamut. Filament for terrain, resin for models. That's what I use them for. I keep drinking, you keep painting. Well, then I have to stop drinking. That's not good motivation for me, Dr. Rhino. You're making me look like an idiot, more than, you know, I already do. Which just drives it home. I can't afford to make it much worse. I have my reputation to consider. That's not true, Xander's. You're making that up. Xander Shade is Xander lying. What would New Zealand want from us that they don't already have? I mean, I accept that, you know, one day Sauron might return, and when he does, he'll be in New Zealand, and that'll be a problem for all of us. But I'm talking about the New Zealand government. Maybe not the same person. Oh, now we get the qualifiers. Now we get the qualifiers. Okay. Oh, you don't know what shambles look like, Python Knight. It can be so much worse. What are my recommendations for bed adhesion supplements? So Cerberus Co, you're going to get a lot of answers. You're going to get a lot of answers. I will tell you what I use for my bed and for bed adhesion. I use a plain glass plate. It's actually, that is the Ender 3 textured plate that you see there, but I have it flipped upside down, so the smooth glass is facing up. And I spray it very lightly with Aquanet hairspray, and it works beautifully. Beautifully. Everyone is going to give you their opinion on what you should or should not be using. All I can say is that that works wonderfully, and I print quite a lot. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about then. That's the business. Currently use glue stick. Yeah, Aquanet is faster than applying glue stick, in my opinion. And by my opinion, I mean factually, because you just depress a little sprayer and go, psst, and you're done. Don't use a lot. You don't need much. Just a little, psst, 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 a little misting is all you really need. In the process of making a heated chamber for my resin printer so the basement temp doesn't ruin prints. Yeah, it can be very sensitive to temperature. All printing can be very sensitive to temperature if you have extreme temperatures. I want to reiterate that this is a sloppy, lazy-ass paint job that I'm doing tonight. This is just a get it done quick, get it on the table kind of paint job. And kind of me showing how, with a print that has enough texture, you don't really have to do much more than that. We're going to lighten it more than this yellow before we're done. This is our first round. But when you got this many hills, man, sometimes you just want to do them quick, you know? Say that quantity has a quality all its own. I mean, you could use a smaller dry brush and be a little bit more careful in where you apply colors, but I don't know what it would really get you. Gonna use bone color on that terrain as well? I am. I am indeed, Matt Yee. That's my next layer. Now for the big boy, the two-part hill. You see this massive thing disconnects like so into two pieces that have a little keyed interlock right there. That is done because this hill is too large to fit on a standard Ender 3 print plate, and I do not make files that are too large to fit on a standard Ender 3. It is the most popular consumer model, and its clones continue to be among the most popular consumer models, so I figured most people will be able to print these files if I build it as standard. Remember, if you don't have a printer and you'd like to buy any of the things that I make, Steel Warrior Studios does his own printing, and we'll sell you physicals. When you get in the Elegoo Jupiter, so I can print it all in resin. Oh, resin terrain, yeah. Yeah, baby. I'm getting the Elegoo Jupiter probably never. I would imagine that if I get something that has the tech that's in the Jupiter, it's going to be whatever the next round of it is. Because the Jupiter has a lot of, I don't want to say experimental technology. It's not like it's using fucking nano machines or anything like that, but it has a lot of features in it that aren't really proven yet. And I figured that those features will be refined in the next round. I learned my lesson early adopting when I got the Elegoo Mars 1. I got one of the first rounds of production for the Mars 1 with the version 1 of the motherboard, and then they just stopped supporting my model. I can't even upgrade it anymore. It's bullshit. Everything is made for something with the second round motherboard, second or third round. So as an early adopter, I just got fucked first. You don't even update the firmware for it anymore. It's a great printer, Cerberus Cull. I ran mine almost non-stop for like almost 2 years, and it finally died. My Mars 1 has finally developed a problem that I cannot determine the cause of, no matter how much troubleshooting and replacement I do. And I'm faced with getting rid of it and replacing it with something after all of this time. And whatever complaints I have about it are vastly outweighed by the sheer amount of value it has given me, so I don't even feel bad. My Mars 2 is a fantastic machine. I don't think I need the Mars 3. I've been looking at the Mars 3, and it just... I'm not gonna notice much of the difference between the tech in that and the 2 and the 3, so I think I'm probably just gonna pick up another 2. Need to plan what model we paint together. You know what, Dr. Rhino? Yes. Chat. We did a little thing late last year you might have been here for with Steel Rebel. We called the Storm Cell. The Storm Cell. The Super Cell. I'm just saying, everything's a storm around here. That's my whole motif. And we painted the same statue, me and Steel Rebel did, at the same time, to kind of see the difference we came out with. We've done this twice. We did that with the Judge Dredd statue, which I still have right here. This was one of my first full oil projects, and I think it came out really nice. I'm really a fan. And hers, I think this was a fun exercise specifically because I painted mine in this color palette, which is very like Simon Bisley comic book, and she painted hers in more of a Nick Percival style, which is a little bit more realistic. And that's sort of the point of the exercise, is to work on the same project at the same time and see how two different minds interpret the same ideas. But chat, if you've got any ideas, feel free to recommend them. Something that Rhino and I could print. And now the one thing I do want to make sure is anything we do print, Dr. Rhino, I want to make sure that it's something that's freely available, something you can download for free off Thingiverse or Cults or whatnot, because I like to make it available to the people who are going to watch the stream, so they can print them out at home and paint them themselves, and then we can all kind of compare our work after the fact. We did that for the little sack boy for Trick or Treat, and that was a good time. Why am I suddenly blurry? What are you doing? What are you doing, camera? What's wrong with you? It's, you know what? It's Voxel Forge. Voxel Forge came in and stole all the goddamn pixels. There, we got him back. We got him back. It's okay. They've been retaken. Voxel Forge, how you doing today, man? How's the sculpting going? Blur the lines all around him. He's more 3D mesh now than man. Can you give resin printers resolution upgrades? Gimishkar, the answer to that is it depends. It is technically possible to add new screens on. There are other considerations like whether or not the firmware can handle it. I would be doing that to my Mars 1, is just replacing the screen entirely to up its resolution, but none of the screen upgrades out there support the original motherboard. They all are supporting the, or are supported by the version 2 and 3 motherboards. But it is possible with stipulations. Paint a doggo STL. You know what? Get me a fucking Sparky STL and I'm all over that shit, Maddie. Maddie E. Get me a Sparky STL who's into his spicy meatballs. We'll paint it. You have a Lightning from PlanetSide 2 STL. Really? The Lightning's a cool little tank. It was actually one of my favorites to pilot in PlanetSide 2. The Viper C-75 was much maligned, but if you were accurate with it, you could mess people up. And, you know, it was basically free, so... Please do. I think we'll reopen the Supercell channel on the Discord and see if we can't get some voting started for a mini that Dr. Rhino and I could paint. I've been trying to lure other streamers into doing Supercells with me, but everybody's got their own schedule. It can be tricky, you know? Dude, Cerberus, please feel free to post up a link to your Hermit Crab. I know a lot of people want it right now. There's another hermit crab out there by Ion Raptor that is, and I hope you don't mind me saying so, Cerberus. His is just a little more refined. He has done some truly amazing work with it. It's an original production, but yours, your Flea remix is quite nice. That's because Ion Raptor makes all of his models specifically for 3D printing, though. And that's the downfall of a lot of those MechWarrior Online rips, is they weren't made for 3D printing, and they take a lot of work to make them really print well. The details just aren't designed for it. They're not chunky or deep enough in a lot of cases. They're enough that they can print out. They're just not, you know, optimized. Really interesting to see John Cena acting in a role. Last time I saw him in was Cock Blockers. What the fuck is that? What? I'm really liking Peacemaker. I don't know who else out there is watching it, but I don't want to be like, it's the most amazing show ever, because it's kind of fucking stupid, but it is, it embraces the DC universe in a way that makes me happy. Like, if this is the direction that the DC Cinematic Universe is headed, is shows like Peacemaker and movies like The Suicide Squad, I am all for it. I am so sick of their self-serious bullshit. I am sick of Man of Steel and Batman vs. Superman and Justice League and Zack Snyder. Oh yeah, when he was talking shit about Batman, yeah, it's a great scene. That's fair, Roland. It is aggressively strange. It's kind of what I like about it, though. All right. This dry brush is almost ready to retire. I've just about... Well, I need to get in there and re-glue it to its handle, because damn. I got my money's worth out of it, though, I'll tell you that much. I need to grab some paint water. I just realized I don't have any. I need to give this a rinse. I'll be right back. All right. Ruined my gloves while I was up, so I gotta put on some new ones here. Really, OG Oldie, you did some work on Eagly and Starro? That's awesome! Dude, Starro was so fucking cool. And getting to see, of all characters, Starro the Conqueror rendered that well in what is essentially a major Hollywood movie was pretty fucking exciting. James Gunn is weird. Like, you guys know where James Gunn came from, right? Like everyone is aware of James Gunn's roots in trauma films with fucking Lloyd Kaufman, right? Because if you think that this is the weirdest thing James Gunn can do, oh my god, there are some movies you should watch. I've heard nothing but good things about working with him, OG Oldie. Everyone seems to like him pretty well. Alright. So I'm going to go with a slightly more expensive paint for the second round dry brush. Actually, I'm going with some of my Scale Color 75 Birch. One of my favorite colors, a lovely warm off-white. Going with a more expensive paint because I should be using less of it. Should be. He understands... Why do I have 2 beers? Oh, I'll finish this one. Of Ash. He seems like a real down-to-earth guy, which is a strange thing to say about a man with an imagination as twisted as his. But, I mean, like, you know, he got started in DIY. He works with fucking Lloyd Kaufman. Like, he understands the plight of the working man insofar as filmmaking goes. He's not exactly a high-minded auteur. That's maybe one of my biggest problems with Zack Snyder as a director, is he is like this intellectually, he's this real low baseline. He has a great mind for broad cinematography, but someone convinced him that he was some kind of genius and he should write and direct his own movies, and then Army of the Dead happened, and it's just a nauseating mess, and you know, everything that he's done for DC is similarly just... Zack Snyder peaked in 2006 with Dawn of the Dead, which I believe was written by James Gunn. Wasn't it? I know James Gunn was involved in the production of 2006's Dawn of the Dead. Alright, let's lay in with some of our birch here. Oh, I have no doubt, OG Oldie. Like, you'll notice, as I'm hyperbolically criticizing Zack Snyder, I'm never saying, fuck Zack Snyder, he's a piece of shit. Because that's idiotic. I'm sure he's a perfectly nice guy. It's just, artistically, I have no interest in anything that he's doing. I would hope that Zack could take that kind of critique from this fucking nothing on Twitch, for that matter. Please don't clip that. No, please don't clip that. Oh, you mean what I said? I didn't say anything bad about Zack Snyder. On a personal level. That's silly. Hey, you doing, Gus Schultz? What's up, man? Oh my god. You know what? And full credit where due, I have much more of a problem with Zack Snyder's fans than I do his actual work. My god, some of them are insufferable. I think I started to get sick of him around the same time that I watched, like, Sucker Punch, and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. That movie was horrible. Now see, this is just 3 colors, and I think this works pretty well. It's interesting enough for tabletop terrain. As the whole time I'm watching Sucker Punch, and it's like, look at this robot cyborg, and he's fighting laser samurai, oh my god! And I'm like, yeah. But so we're clear, the main character's being sexually assaulted, right? Like, that's... Right? Right? Like, this is all a metaphor for really sleazy shit? Why do you want me to be excited and cheering during the scene that is a metaphor for the main character having to, like, sell her body to creeps in a mental asylum? Oh my god. The content of the story was very upsetting. Yeah, or it was her getting a lobotomy at the end. Like, that movie was dark as fuck. But it was presented like an action extravaganza, and it just felt really tone-deaf to me. But I mean, you know, as time would go on, I would learn that that describes most of what Zack does, is tone-deaf. He seems like he just wants to make big high-concept action movies, and he should have somebody else write for him and just keep doing that. Because he's good at that. His action sequences are fucking iconic, and if you don't believe me, go watch 300. A movie that, ironically, I believe Frank Miller himself did not like, but that's beside the point. Frank Miller is a weirdo. Oh, thank you, WJ. Thank you so much for that. Nope, Dwegham, you figured it out. If you're not agreeing with me, I'm just gonna ignore you. I'm sorry, Dwegham, I didn't see what you said before. How you doing today, man? There, what do we think of that? That's pretty interesting. That's fairly visually interesting and easy to do. The only thing I'm going to add to this at this point is I'm going to come in and I'm going to do some grass flocking to add a little bit more color onto the top surfaces. But I mean, this is like dumb shit easy to do. I should know, I am in fact a dumb shit. And, you know, I'll put that out there before anyone takes too seriously my critique of, like, films and things on here, because I obviously have very strong opinions. Before you go running off to anybody to be like, that Thunderhead guy is such an asshole, first of all, yes. And secondly, I'm a rube. I've never made a movie in my life. So, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt, please. Let's do a quick compare. Because this is just the yellow on the one side, and then with the bone on the other, and you can see what a difference that makes. Skelebi, you have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hope you enjoyed your hot dogs. And folks, if you haven't followed Skelebi, go give that girl a follow. She's got a great stream over there. She's a lot of fun, and shows a lot of promise in the painting department. Where did I just put? There it is. The podcast where we talk about Japanese cartoons as grown men? Yeah, that's a good one. You could do that, Gimishkar. You could. I'm keeping it simple today, though. The goal of this painting today and future Hextech painting streams, honestly, is number one, to get through the massive backlog of unpainted pieces of terrain that I've designed that I need to paint, which is embarrassing. And number two, to demonstrate super easy, super fast techniques you can use to get this terrain tabletop ready. That is the primary goal. So if you look at this stuff and you're like, yeah, but then I'd have to paint it, I want to show you how I do design these things in such a way that if you approach it with the right mindset, you can paint it very quickly, and with very little effort, and with very small chance of getting it wrong. Which there is no real getting it wrong, but I know that's something that concerns many of us, particularly when we get started in this hobby. Do I intend to wash it? I do not, Dwegham. I'm going to do this, I'm going to put some flocking on it, and I'm going to seal it, and that's the whole thing. It is as shaded as I care for it to be. You could start darker, if you wanted it to be darker. Wait, which one's Jennifer Holland? I don't know the actresses' names in that show, I don't think. That's not the one that's dating James Gunn, is it? Oh, it is the one that's dating James Gunn. Yeah, you're talking about Harcourt. Yeah, she's a lot of fun. That whole show's a lot of fun, honestly. I like that most of the main characters are like, they put them in dangerous situations, and I find myself not worrying about them, like when Vigilante gets into a dangerous scenario. And it's like, oh, is Vigilante gonna get... What am I worried about him for? He's a psychotic murderer. Like, it's... he can... Yeah. You can go ahead and cut his toe off. I really don't care. Vigilante is too dumb to die. He's incredibly dangerous, too. I know he says in one of those episodes he's turned his body into an instrument of vengeance. He demonstrates it later, and yeah, he's a pretty scary guy. A little more aggressive with this top coat. That looks pretty good. That's the big hill. You still see all the hexes nice and clear, and you got all that texture. And I tried to make it so that the sides of this, like, it's still hex compatible, it still fully supports hex-based models. You can play with this on the board and know exactly where you are and where you can go, but from the side, like, the shape doesn't look too hexy. It's organic enough that it still looks pretty good on its own. Was the goal. Shut up, Shock. God damn it. How you doing, by the way? Why do I keep doing that? Keep moving this out of the way, and it's stupid. I need it. Alright, let's do this little guy. Let's do the biggest, now let's do the smallest. Big to small, big to small. Just like Guillermo del Toro. Yeah, we start that at 8:30 pretty much every single time, Automat. So yeah, you get some time. And again, this was just a rust brown, an ochre yellow, and now what is essentially a bone color. Could you get more nuanced? Could you add more colors? Could you be more precise? Absolutely. You don't really have to. You don't really have to. You're going to cover your board in this stuff. There's going to be a bunch of it. You're going to be looking at the mechs. You know? Like, yeah, there's the hill. But you're probably going to be more focused on the mech that's hanging out on the hill than you are on the hill itself, you know? Guillermo del Toro doing a Star Wars movie? Huh. It's interesting. I like basically everything. You know what's funny is, like, that news... The part of it that excites me is just Guillermo del Toro doing a movie. Like, the fact that it's Star Wars, I'm like, okay, sure. I'm interested to see what part of Star Wars it is that he wants to take on. Because Guillermo is a man of vision. And high-minded ideas a lot of the time. Maybe he'll make a Star Wars movie where a human woman has a sexual relationship with a Mon Calamari. Could happen. It is far from outside the realm of possibility. Is everyone else feeling the Star Wars fatigue? Like, I've been complaining about it for years, but I complain about everything, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But I feel like more and more people are talking to me about having that's the Disney fatigue, the Marvel and Star Wars, like, oh god, there's so much of it now. How do we get away from it? You can't. Feeling bad storytelling fatigue. I'm trying to be nice, Dwegham, but yes. Most of it is garbage. I mean, in all fairness, though, like, and this, I just think this is objectively true. Star Wars is... There's an irony to Star Wars in that it seems like it is this huge universe, and yet its storytelling potential is apparently really limited, because they only managed to tell 1 or 2 good stories in it, and they were all based on, like, the Hidden Fortress, Akira Kurosawa movies, and Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey. And once they moved past that, it was just like, it's okay. I think Return of the Jedi was the sign of things to come. And for a long time, for many years now, I think that it is a simple truth. There have been more bad Star Wars movies than good ones. Ever since the prequels came out, it's just true. There have been more bad Star Wars movies than good ones. And I don't think that ratio has really changed much since then. It did, but it depended entirely on the author, Automat, and that is more testament to those authors than it is to Star Wars as a universe, you know? And all of Star Wars at this point is so divisive. And there's the core of Star Wars fans who are just like,
Why can't you just feel good about everything? It's about the children. It's about the children. Just accept it. And I'm like, no. I don't wanna. I'm not a child. And I don't want to, thank you. And it's been weird for me, because then they deliver things like Star Wars Rebels, which is great. I know I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. I feel like Star Wars Rebels is the most Star Wars thing that has ever been. It was a great show. I like Star Wars Rebels more than I like the Clone Wars, and I probably just lost the subscription saying that. At least one. Well, I think that there's truth to that. Something can be ostensibly for children and also, you know, actually good. We've more or less proven that. Our problem was that George Lucas is a incompetent asshole who can't write anything enjoyable, apparently. Yes, I have, Dr. Rhino. That was the Clone Wars movie, was the one that they did. And that was amazing. I agree with that too, Dwegham. Children can handle good stories. I did when I was a kid. I think that Rebels is a great example of a cartoon that can be made like kids can totally watch Rebels, and also I was thoroughly entertained by the storytelling and characters. I think Dave Filoni is one of the best things to happen to the Star Wars universe in a long time, and admittedly, he's still working on it. He's working on, like, Ahsoka and The Mandalorian, and he's right there with Jon Favreau. I don't know, though. I don't know. These days I'm just like, I get it, you know. Oh, and then there's a lightsaber. Oh! And the Boba Fett show, you know what, I'll say something nice. I'll say something nice, because I never do. The latest episode of the Boba Fett show is not bad. It's a fairly decent episode, but it's like one good episode after 3 that were just a big... So it's... I don't know. There's other good stuff out there to be watched, and these days I care less and less when I see Disney releasing something new. Hawkeye was a fucking weird show. Tonally inconsistent as all hell.
Now this is pod racing. I confess, I look back on those movies much more kindly after watching Star Wars Episodes 8 and 9. The prequels, man, they had their problems. To say they had their problems is putting it about as mildly as you possibly can. It is massively underselling the issues with those movies, but you know what? They had a story they were trying to tell, even if it was incoherently communicated. You kind of had to. As soon as Hawkeye fired an arrow up in the air in an arc, and then the privileged girl who's good at everything shot it with a Hank Pym arrow and it turned into a giant arrow, I was like, oh, okay. See, Crypt Shadow, I agree with your second statement there. I disagree with your first. I don't think Star Wars Episode 7 was bad at all. I liked Star Wars Episode 7. This is a perfectly fine movie. You can say that it was bad, like, it was just rehashing Star Wars, yes, but you can't say that like they were trying to hide it from you, because they weren't. It was right out in it, on the face. Exactly, Datron Voltari. That was my moment. I was like, oh, the show's gonna be like that. Okay, yeah, whatever. Why not? Can we do Hawkeye spoilers yet? Is that allowed? People gonna freak out if I give you Hawkeye spoilers? Who gives a shit about Hawkeye? There's only one thing interesting that happens in the whole show, and they render it uninteresting by how they do it. That's not fair. There are other interesting things that happen in the show. There's one thing that interested me. It was. And honestly, I thought that was fine. Amish dig. Well, I mean, yeah, Roland, but that's the same problem with Rogue One, and people lose their mind over Rogue One like it's God's gift to filmmaking. But Rogue One, you watch it and you're like, well, I know where this is going. Like, there's only one way it can end. In a weird way, Drakara, yes, that was a theme of the show. Who gives a shit about Hawkeye? They made fun of him in his own show. God, I liked Rey. I liked who Rey was in Episode 7. I liked who everyone was in Episode 7. It was after that, like... See, Episode 7 is a fine movie if. A big if, okay? Episode 7 is a fine movie if it's going somewhere interesting. If we follow through and do fun things with these characters. They didn't. So, you know... Unfortunately, it's hard to look back on it too fondly. I enjoyed watching it in the theater. I enjoyed the communal experience of getting to see a Star Wars movie when I still had hope with friends of mine, you know, like I'm appreciative of that. Do I have painted D&D minis for sale? Need a hero for an upcoming campaign? Sure Gaming, I do not, unfortunately. We do have a buy-sell trade channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and a pretty prolific community of gamers who play a variety of different systems and do quite a lot of painting. I can't promise you'll find something there, but it's a good place to look. Remember theaters? Oh my god, right? I think it's funny that there were all these movies that were supposed to bring audiences back to theaters over the course of the last year. All these movies that they released that were like, this is gonna be the one. It's gonna be Christopher Nolan's new movie. That's gonna do it. And it wasn't. It was fucking Spider-Man. It was another fucking Spider-Man movie that brought people back to theaters. Not even that many, because I'm not going to fucking theaters to see Spider-Man. I'm waiting for that shit to come out on streaming. Thank you very much. I'll be waiting for all movies. I'm gonna be waiting for Batman to come out on streaming, and I'm really excited about that movie. I'm not that excited. You know what I am excited about? Can I share something that I am excited about? Can we say something positive? Can we just feel good about something for 1 minute, chat? Can we do that? Are we allowed to do that? I'm gonna say that we can, because what I feel good about is Alara Kerensky renewing his subscription for 12 months. God damn, oh, that sounds so cynical and self-serving, doesn't it? Ugh, I feel dirty. God, what have I just done? Alaric, thank you so much for that resub, dude. How you doing today? Was Tenet a mess? I haven't seen it. I don't think I'd care to. Like, I read the plot synopsis and I was like, oh, that seems confusing. Moving on. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, we're taking it as sloppy as we care to, trying to get some of these Battletech hills done up. We got a bunch of them. 2 left. It does sound tedious, to be fair, Altair. Fiddly, too. No Way Home has made more than the previous 3 Marvel movies in their entirety. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, we sit here and we say things like, Star Wars Episode 7 was just a big nostalgia trap. And you're right. But here's the thing. So's No Way Home. What is Spider-Man No Way Home but one big nostalgia honeypot? Like, the marketing for it was, hey guys, do you want to see Alfred Molina as Doc Ock again? Do you want to see Willem Dafoe as the Green Goblin again? Do you want to revisit shit that you remember from a happier time in your life before everything was a steaming pile of dog shit everywhere? Do you want just that little hit of dopamine that we can give you by having Willem Dafoe laugh like a maniac? Do you want that? Because we can give it to you. And you know what the world said? The world said, take my fucking money. So we can criticize nostalgia trips all we want, but we cannot pretend that they are not successful. And they're successful because most of us want them. I try to recognize this when I'm being hypercritical of things. Oh, I kind of fucked that up. I'll put some grass on it. Nobody will notice. I try to remember that when I'm being hypercritical. Like, they wouldn't do it if it wasn't working. Like, I don't know how critical I can really be. MCU Spidey be more than the classic comic Spidey. Wait, what are you trying to say there, Debugom? You don't want to watch? I do. That's the thing, Shock 21. Like even I. Yes, I do want to see that. I'm going to watch it the second I can watch it on streaming. I'm just not going to go to the movie theaters to watch it. Because I have a heart condition and I'd rather not die. I got some splooshes and some smudges on here where I was being careless. I'm just going to put grass in those spots. You'll never see them. I agree with that, Roland. Like, The Eternals is available on Disney Plus, and I usually watch most of the movies when they come out on that, and I saw that and I was like, pass. I'll watch The Green Knight again. I'm good. Saw Dune, thought it was pretty good. I can't disagree with you. It was pretty good. It was a fine film made by competent people. Though I will say that Rebecca Ferguson totally fucking stole the screen from Timmy Chalks, or whatever the fuck his name is. Yee, what's up, Machine God? How you doing, buddy? I agree. I agree, as it were. Painting again, finally. You are? Machine God? That's awesome. Or was that a jab at me? I can't tell. Here's the thing. There's a book that was written in 2005, 2004, 2005, 2006, one of those years. I can't remember who wrote it either, which is really pretty embarrassing when I'm trying to talk about the contents of it, I have to admit. But I remember the book, and it's called... can I even remember the title? I think it's called The 7 Basic Stories, or The 7 Plots Why We Tell Stories. It's a fascinating book. it essentially lays out, and I won't go into the specifics because I won't pretend that I can remember the details well enough to communicate them. I will recommend it as far as reading goes. But the point that this book makes is essentially that there are 7 stories. There are 7 stories that we tell over and over and over and over again. There are only 7 plots in the entirety of storytelling. And if you look closely enough, every single story can be broken down into either one of these plots or some amalgamation of several of these plots. But ultimately, the plots themselves are unchanged. And it's a fascinating read because the more you read, the more you realize, oh my god, he's absolutely right. It is difficult to poke holes in this theory. And it's sort of a liberating read because there's just the 7 stories and we keep telling them over and over, and you realize that it's not the story, it's not how original things are, because originality is so difficult as to be essentially impossible. It's not about coming up with a new story, it's about telling a story well. And people get really hung up on, oh, I've already seen this story, oh, this is just like that other story. It's like, yeah, most stories are. But how well did they tell it? How engrossing was it? How much did you feel? And it's why some of my favorite stories are not trying to conceal the fact at all that they are essentially just an old folk tale viewed through a new lens. And there's nothing wrong with it. I complain about a lot of movies, and I've got a lot of strong opinions about film and television, but I don't subscribe to the, like, cinema sins model of, like, well, this movie's stupid because there's no way that ship could go faster than the speed of light, because that's an idiotic complaint about most things. It doesn't really fucking matter. Who gives a shit? Well, what I care about is the fact that they told a story incoherently and I was bored by it. I watch stories about giant robots and people who get bitten by radioactive spiders and tell quips while shooting webs, like, come on. Technically true, shocked. Oh, if we're talking base 10, yeah. Hey, what's up, Techno Sugar? How you doing? Go. I'm gonna call that one pretty well done. A little bit more here. A little bit more there. A little bit more here. Get real crazy with it. There we go. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Amish. Like, Cinema Sins is chuckle-worthy, but there are people out there who take that as like, oh, that makes this movie bad. Like, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't. All right, one more splorp of paint should get us through this last hill. I'm using a dry brush this large, like I said earlier, kind of rotate it periodically so you're using all the bristles.
Wibble wobble.
I haven't seen the Salton Sea, but I like SLC Punk. WJ. I still... There are friends of mine. Sometimes I'll just shout out, "Sink, you fool!" Very few people know what I'm talking about anymore. Sink! Oh, Breen first, absolutely. Matthew Lillard absolutely is in that, yes. Dwegham, you have a fantastic night. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, dude. And, you know, that's something that we've learned, though, over the last few decades, Drakari. People are stupid. That's why when I say, like, you know, the CinemaSins brand of cinematography, I don't buy into it. I'm not saying the guys who make CinemaSins are dumb. They're actually clearly very intelligent guys. But people watch... Yeah, that was Roland. I got past that part. Matthew Lillard playing like a fucking... No spoils, but, you know, a drug, like a Russian mobster. That was weird. There are people who watch those and come away with this opinion that somehow the CinemaSins, like, racking up all the little tiny nits in a movie makes it a bad movie. You know, the thing is, though, that, you know, audiences are largely reactive to what directors and writers are doing, and there was this spate of filmmaking in the late 90s, early 2000s through the 2010s, where directors like M. Night Shyamalan became really popular for the, like, one good idea that he had over the entire course of his career. And what he was doing was essentially tricking the audience and getting them with a big twist, even though he didn't really have anything to say, he just got you with a twist. And this sort of, like, audiences responded to that, audiences reacted to that by developing this kind of defense mechanism, like, well, if I can guess what the twist is, then your movie's dumb and you're dumb and I'm smarter than you because you're trying to trick me. It's like, no, they're not trying to trick you. It was really just M. Night Shyamalan who was trying to trick you, and a few others who were imitating him, because that's all he really had. That was the only thing in his toolbox, was trying to fool you. And that doesn't necessarily make a good movie, it doesn't necessarily make a bad movie, but it bred this very negative mindset into movie-going audiences, trying to outsmart the movies they're watching. That's what got me when Star Wars Episode 7 came out, when everyone was like, oh, well, it's just a remake of the previous Star Wars movies. Like, at no point were they trying to trick you into thinking that it wasn't. Like, obviously it was. It gets better. I want a spoiler in Bosch? No, I want to watch it. I want to watch it, Roland. Oh, let's not even get into Adam Sandler, WJ. Adam Sandler is in many ways a genius. He is making so much money going on vacation with his friends over and over. Will I watch his movies? No. Do I have a begrudging respect for what he has achieved, for how effective his grift is? I mean, kinda, yeah. What'd you think, Machine Got? Dude, I loved Midnight Mass. I fucking loved Midnight Mass. What'd you think of it? I know, I'm way behind, Roland. I'll get caught up. Hubie Halloween? Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Automat. Or not Automat, he's not the one who said that. Voxel Forge, what are you talking about? I'm really digging almost everything that Mike Ferguson writes and directs. Midnight Mass, Haunting of Bly Manor, Haunting of Hill House. Like, these movies are, or not movies, these limited run shows are just like, they totally get me. Midnight Mass is ironically a show with a central theme that I think many people today in the world need to watch and understand and reflect upon to see it in themselves, and ironically, the people who need to see it the most will not watch it or understand it. Isn't that the way of things? Really horrific. I'm gonna have to check this out. I've been enjoying Oz Perkins movies lately. I watched The Blackcoat's Daughter, and I watched I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, and between them I think that The Blackcoat's Daughter is a better movie. The I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House was interesting. It's like someone challenged Oz Perkins to make a movie that literally had no story. He was like, can I make a movie that is nothing but atmosphere with no story whatsoever? The answer is yes, he can. It was a compelling experiment in that sense, though not the most narratively satisfying. Because there was almost no narrative. I'm feeling pretty decent about this. Being a brainless, easy dry brush job. God, I've just let dust all over the place from my dry brushing. Oh, there's a lot of that out there, Roland. A lot of that out there. Well, and I think that he covered that in the story too, Machine God, because the one character who was absolutely the worst at that, what did they do? They wouldn't acknowledge it until they were literally staring death in the face. And when they saw it, all they could do was scrabble like a rodent. I really like Midnight Mass. Clean this brush a little bit. Really quick, I want to show you guys how I want to show you guys how I've been applying this texture. It's not terribly complex. I could probably just explain it, but I just want to show it to you because I didn't try it on this scale until recently. And I was surprised at how easy it was. And I just want to show you in case you are picking up these Hextech hills and you want to put some just this light dirt texture on top, which I think works really, really well. I'll show you how to do it. The worst, best written character I've seen lately. Yeah. British police procedural meets The Expanse. Oh, actually sounds kind of fun. BBC makes a lot of television. Not all of it good, but a lot of it pretty decent. Only ran for 9 episodes. Honestly, I'm kind of over long-form dramatic television these days. Limited runs are where it's at. But BBC will greenlight almost anything. The question is whether they'll continue it. They're still not as bad as Netflix on that front. After fighting with a watch for 30 minutes, I've determined I need to take the watch to a watchsmith since I don't have a case press. Hurt your fingers trying to close it. Oh, man. Dude, I love Return of the Living Dead. Return of the Living Dead is a great movie. Return of the Living Dead is like, it is so fucking like punk rock DIY in so many ways. That, and you get to see Linnea Quigley dancing completely naked on somebody's tomb, which is just... Oh. Somebody get some lights! Somebody get some lights over here! Trash is taking off her clothes again! That movie's great, man. I quote that one all the time. I love you, and I love your brains! You're damn right it was. People don't give that movie credit either. People like to say that the running zombies came about with Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. But there were running zombies in Return of the Living Dead. Of course, there were also, like, truly immortal zombies in Return of the Living Dead. Awesome. Thank you, WJ. Wait, did Howard Shore, did he really do the music for that? Do you know the story of their original special effects guy who got fired? There are a couple of special effects in Return of the Living Dead. If you look for them, they're so fucking bad. Because the original special effects guy that they hired, I don't know what the story is, like, I don't know if he falsified his credentials or something, but they hired him and he started working on the movie and he was incompetent. The first zombie that you see in the movie, the skeleton that comes up out of the grave and its eyes open and his jaw opens, he did that one. And it's one of the only ones that they kept in the movie. You can see the little wooden dowel in the back of his jaw that opens and closes his mouth. But there is, oh yeah, he gets on the radio, send more paramedics. That shit was funny. There is the headless zombie, the yellow zombie, the one that gets resurrected from the freezer when he's flailing around. They cut his head off and his body's still flailing around. If you pay attention to the wide shots of that effect, when he's like in the background and there's a bunch of shelves between the camera and him, that's the original effect that the fired special effects guy did. And it's terrible. Like, you can tell it's a full-size guy with just a crappy piece of rubber and like 2 eye holes looking, like, it looks so bad. And so they used it, but they put it far away from the camera and they put a bunch of stuff between you and the effect so you wouldn't really see it. But if you look, you can see it and it's hilarious. And then when they do the close-ups, it was the version of that was done by the new special effects guy who knew what he was doing. I'm not sure which guy did the half dog, but I thought that was a great effect. The not vivisected, but the dissected dog that comes back to life. It's so terrible. The movie is funny as hell. I laugh every single time that who is it? He does the, oh, this barrel was made by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and he whacks it with his fist and it just immediately busts open. Oh, that's funny. That and the Tarman zombie is still, to this day, one of the best zombies in zombie movie history. The Tarman is genuinely scary, and the guy that they had doing the acting in the suit was really good at it. Alright. Alright. Let's smear a little texture on. I want to do these 2 hills over here. So this is nothing but filler primer that I've put on these hills. This is just a heavy layer of filler primer to fill in the print lines. That is all that has been done. What's my feeling on Noir? One of my favorite movies of all time is Sunset Boulevard, followed by Rear Window. I enjoy noir movies. I do. I admit I like kind of cornier noir movies. One of my favorite movies is almost a parody of the noir genre, like Give 'Em Hell Alone. But like Chinatown is an all-time favorite. What do I do with there's my goo. What are those triangles? I'm gonna stake those. Make sure that these actually go together. Yeah. See, there's a void in this one. These are both OT2B. Triangles there, triangles there. One big hill. Yep. Easy peasy. So I have a bunch of these flat scrapers from 3D printers that I've bought. I have more of these than I know what to do with, but if you pick up just like a flexible spackling knife, it'll do the same job, something narrow, that you can fit into the mouth of one of these Vallejo texture jars. And it is literally this easy. And you don't want to build it up too much. You want it nice and flat. I wouldn't grab too much, because if you keep it nice and thin and you don't put on too much at a time, it won't build up on the edges and you don't have to wipe it off. Now, if you wanted to use these hills for hexless play, playing like Alpha Strike and you don't care about hexes, this is all you gotta do. Is just swipe this on top like I'm doing here. You can see the hex lines just disappear. It's not complicated stuff. If, however, you are like me, and you want to use these hex hills with the hexes, which is admittedly a big part of the point. Always make sure you close this up, because this will dry out really quick if you leave the top off. Come in and kind of wipe a little bit of the excess that's gathered on the edges off. Doesn't matter if it gets kind of wiped into the texture on the side, as long as you don't have big beads of it or anything like that.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can, and I will.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Encouraged, even. And then I take, you know, any little tool you got. I use my little sculpting tool. And then you just find your hex lines and you gouge them out. Kind of wipe off the excess in between gougings. Oh, I did that one wrong. Oh well, no big deal. It's easy to fix. Smear that around a little bit. Does not take long to do. It's pretty mindless since all you're really doing is just feeling for them and then dragging the tool along the furrow.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
There. Like so. You might need to do little bits of touch-up and clean-up, but it's not hard to do. And honestly, with this stuff, like if you get to this point and you've got little bits of it that are kind of sticking up or that you want to clean up, you can do it now, or you can wait for it to set a little bit, because once it thickens, you can just reach in and pluck those pieces right off, and the rest of the texture will stay. Like I said, though, it's real simple and easy to do. Now you've got a nicely textured surface with the hex gouges in it and all. Alright, let's do this other one. Only takes a minute after all. And these big wide ones are the worst for this, just because they're huge flat surfaces, so you gotta carve a lot of the hexes. Most of the other ones don't have these big wide flat areas, so you do a lot less of it. This is the open terrain map, though, so all the hills are only elevation 1. You really do not need or want a particularly thick coat of this stuff. You want a very fine texture. Remember, this is 6mm scale. A human being would be only 6mm tall. You do not want a huge grit. That's why I use the sandy paste. It's a very fine grit. Are you talking about how Humphrey Bogart was a short ass? Because he was. Of course, there's nothing wrong with being short, but there is something wrong with being short and being, like, super self-conscious about it, to the point that the filmmakers put extra effort in to make you seem as tall as everybody else. Arguably, it's for the audience. Maybe they wouldn't have liked it if all of his female love interests were significantly taller than he was. But, you know, Tom Cruise still does that today. Tom Cruise is a little guy. And they do a lot of creative filmmaking to make him seem like he isn't about as tall as your elbow. I don't know if that's true, Automat. Joe Pesci comes off as really fucking scary in some movies, and he's just a little dude. You tell me Joe Pesci wasn't scary in, like, Casino? I don't think they've ever tried to make Joe Pesci seem larger than he actually is, and yet he still manages to be very intimidating in some roles. If you got a big wide area and you're kind of losing yourself in it, it helps to go to one of the edges. Because if you can get a nearby furrow dug out, then you can just play connect the dots. You know where it's going to go. On one movie you were allowed to watch for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Elbow rocket! Now!
Fundamental problem with that question being that it really doesn't matter what the answer is. I'd lose my goddamn mind if I could only watch one. Like, there is no one movie in the world that I would truly be satisfied with. If it was the only movie I could watch, whatever it is, I will absolutely get sick of it. I'll probably stop watching movies altogether. But I can honestly say that I wouldn't mind only being allowed to periodically watch Pacific Rim. I'm not going to sit here and say it's because it's an amazing movie or a renaissance of the human spirit. I just fucking like it. It entertains the Christ out of me. Avengers Endgame. I feel like I could watch Infinity War more often than I could watch Endgame. I like Infinity War better than Endgame. Endgame for me almost doesn't work without the previous. I mean, you know, Infinity War doesn't either, but I found it more entertaining, personally. Oh, fuck you. Hell no. Pacific Rim has no sequel. I don't give a shit what they say. Alright, and yeah, there will be some little bits here around the edges that kind of need removal, but if you wait for this stuff to set for a little while, it's actually easier to remove it then. But, well, there you go. You get your texture, and then you just, you know, spray paint this sumbitch and come in with a dry brush, and you can have a nice, decent-looking textured hill in no time at all. Ah, my desk is a mess. Oh god. Alright, let's take a look at these minis we threw some paint on a few minutes ago. Now, disclaimer. I'm not claiming that paint won't stick to unprimed plastic, but I am going to go ahead and see what it takes to rub it off of the resin. If you do this to styrene, it'll just come right off. But I haven't tried it on resin, so I'm curious how well it sticks. And I'm really very curious how well it sticks to the CGL minis and to the Scio-Res in particular. Oh my god, that would be amazing, Altair. Yeah, like you get in it, and it's like the big thing, and you lock in, and you and your buddy have to try and do the same thing at the same time. It wouldn't work, but it would be amazing. Yeah, there were so many good practical effects. So many good practical effects in Pacific Rim, it's crazy. There are whole sequences in Pacific Rim that a lot of people don't realize is almost entirely practical. Alright, so this is just Rainy River Designs paint thrown down on top of CGL plastic mech that has had nothing done to it but soap and water. And first of all, this Rainy River Designs paint has been thinned with only a couple drops of distilled water, and I think I threw down 2 quick thin coats, and it's coated really well. All the detail is popping out nicely. Rainy River, I mean, really, Kursala, you guys have done a pretty good job formulating your paint over there. And if you're curious about this paint, you can find this. You can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link. Now, don't judge it for me removing it from this model, because the whole point of this is to see how well it sticks to unprimed plastic, but... decently. It's not just coming off, rubbing it with the pad of my thumb, which is pretty good news, really. Try rubbing on some corners. That sticks pretty well. Better than I thought it would, honestly. Just rubbing it with my greasy fingers, it wants to stay on. You're seeing little bits of business that's, little bits of the texture that I've been working with. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do that. That is not even remotely what it means, Waffles. No, I'm fairly impressed. Scratch it with my thumbnail. It wants to stay on. Well, congratulations, Kursala. You got a well-formulated paint here. If I get my thumbnail on a corner, it starts to come off, but, I mean, that's to be expected. That would happen with any paint. Yeah, now it's starting to come off. I don't have to push very much with a thumbnail. If I use a hard edge, it does start to come off pretty easily. Because that's just bare plastic there now, on top of the head. Like, if I just lightly drag my thumbnail, yeah, it starts to sheet off. Still, it actually does stick pretty well. I think it's important to remember, too, that a large part of why you use primer is to get a good surface so that the surface tension of your paint doesn't beat up. But I think that this is more of a testament to the plastic that they're using. I assumed this was PVC, and we learned recently that it is not. And I'm curious what plastic it actually is, because if this was PVC, this would bead right up and off. I kind of chose a poor color because I bet you can't really see it all that well. Well, you can see it a little bit, like how it's come off right here and right here and right here. Admittedly, the color is unfortunately close to the base plastic. Should have used like red or something like that. Big Boss Waztech, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream, Big Boss? Yeah, I'm curious what kind of plastic it is. Okay, I am able to rub it off with the pad of my thumb. But that's on raised areas. I still wouldn't recommend doing this. Again, I think that you have nothing to gain from not priming your minis, but it sticks better than I would have guessed. Not bad. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, Raiders. We're towards the end of our stream here. I apologize. We've been talking about priming and challenging some notions that people saying you don't need to prime your models. So we're testing paint on a few different sorts of plastic without primer just to see how it goes. Disclaimer, I do not recommend skipping primer when you're painting models under any circumstances. There is literally nothing that you stand to gain from not priming. This is purely academic curiosity. How was your stream, Big Boss? What were you up to? Yeah, it comes off with a little bit of rubbing. I think too it's that the oils in my skin are kind of acting as a bit of a solvent for it. So again, I would still prime, but it sticks better this CGL plastic than I thought. I think you could get away with, on this plastic, on these minis from Battletech, I think you could get away with painting without using primer. I was impressed at how well Rainy River Designs paint when that went down and formed a solid coat. As long as you sealed it well, I think you can get away with it. But make sure you wash these with soap and water if you're going to do that. And also, don't do that. Just prime it for God's sake. There's no reason not to. Things are doing good. Yeah, I enjoy a good fat tire. Did not skip priming, working on some Necrons, Warriors, and Destroyers. Yeah, particularly in the case of... this is one of the reasons that I don't like experiments like this, and I don't like people going, oh, well, looks like you can paint without primer. Like, don't do this on styrene. On styrene, you're very likely to have your paint just bead right up and off. It all comes down to what type of plastic you're using, what the surface condition of the plastic is like. It would not work with Games Workshop models. I don't know what kind of plastic these CGL ones are, but it's interesting. So let's see if we can't remove it from the... First of all, let's have a look at how it went down. Well, I'll tell you, this is the most interesting part of it. Big Boss, I don't know if you're familiar with this Sciorez. This is a new material that some companies have been using, notably Talon Games and Corvus Belli, who make Infinity. The company has a machine called the Sciocast. It makes things in this Sciorez, and one of their big claims is that you don't have to prime it. So we put a little bit of it. Yeah, Reaper's using it too. So we put a little bit of paint on the belly of this thing, and we're gonna see what it takes to pull it off. Again, this is not something I plan on doing. I'm just curious. Just curious. Oh, yeah, God. That's the thing, Crossbow Roof. You prime metal, and then you seal it, and paint still fucking comes off. Definitely with metal, always prime. And use a good primer for that matter. Let's see. So this is on the Elegoo water washable. Morgan Kell, or Morgan Kell, if you will. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. And see, that came right off. That came right off. I'm just wiping that with my thumb, and it's coming off. So I'm gonna call bullshit on this, Kursala. It seems to vary based on where I'm doing it. But I would not call this reliable. Yeah, see, that just came right off. And all I did was wipe that with the pad of my finger. Let's see. If anyone's interested in these products and more, we have our own Discord server. Fuck yeah, please go right ahead, Kursala. Absolutely. Came to see Thundergun 4 Maximum. Cool. I mean, to be fair, this one is rated PG-13, Walter's Workshop. I am terribly sorry about that. So, mechanically speaking, and this is the thing to remember, primer on minis is it's a mechanical process. Whether your paint is going to stick to your surface is entirely a mechanical question because of the way that most paints operate, particularly acrylic paint, which forms to the surface and then the medium evaporates out and the paint cures and grips. So as long as the surface is well prepared, it will grip. So I'm going to say that this comes down to the fact that this has an inconsistent surface, which is not surprising. And this highlights the need for primer, by the way. This is probably the best argument for using primer. You don't know how consistent the surface of your model is going to be. By applying primer, you ensure that the surface is consistent and your paint will attach, it will cure in place, and it will not bead or sheet off. Again, I'm impressed by this DGL plastics so far, but I would not do this with water washable. This will come off with handling. Sticks better than I thought it would, but not good enough. I don't have to scratch it, I just have to wipe my thumb across it and it starts to come off. And this has had a little while to cure now. This should be pretty solid. I would do this with one of my plastic primed models and not worry too much about it. How you doing, Ion Raptor? It's good to see you. This is the same material but primed. And it's not coming off. This is the same material, this is the same paint, but with Stynel Res primer underneath it. And as you can see, it is... like, this is a hard edge. This should come right off if it was going to come off anywhere. And nope. Nope, nope, nope. So my final verdict on the Elegoo water washable resin is technically possible, inadvisable, and ultimately not viable for most purposes, I would not feel. You want to go ahead and prime your printed Elegoo water washable resin. Kind of surprised at how well it sticks to the CGL plastics without primer. I think you can kind of get away with this a little bit more if you really want to. I don't advise it. Now let's check out the Cyocast, because this is what I'm really, really curious about. And this is a big flat surface that I did here, and I'm gonna give it the business. I'm gonna give it the business. Really dragging the surface of my finger across this. I'm gonna give it something sharp here in a minute too. I'm just wondering if, like, kind of applying the oils, my natural oils to it to see if that little bit of solvent weakens it. I'm effectively sanding this paint job with my finger before it's coming off. Like, I'm pulling little imperfections in the surface of the paint job off and polishing the paint with my finger. Because there's little bits that are beating up and coming off, and the surface is getting shinier as I go. Yeah, apply some of those natural oils.
As Crackling Thunder Spunk! Yeehaw!
Do this for a little bit longer to see if it starts to want to come off. I'm polishing this paint job, is all I'm doing here. Alright, now let's try this corner here. Let's try this corner. I'm gonna wipe it as hard as I can with my thumb. That's not coming off. Damn. Alright. Let's try the thumbnail test. Alright, so I even with a hard edge corner here, so far, I am failing to wipe this paint away. Let's try a thumbnail. Hey, what's up, Splintered Brush? How you doing, man? Let's try a thumbnail and see... Alright, now that was me gouging as hard as I could, and I did get through it, but I mean, that's to be expected. Let's try just a light drag of the thumbnail to start with. Oh, I caught... Yeah, okay. I can scratch it off. I can scratch it off if I'm using my... Now, I also, in fairness, I just cut my fingernails, so they've probably got some sharp edges on them. These are high-level paint scratchers here. Those spots came off. Other spots aren't. So that was probably just a weak spot in the surface, but... If I take a blade to it, it's definitely going to come off. If I take this sculpting tool to it, it's going to... Yeah, you can gouge it right off, but... Only the part that I'm actively gouging is coming off. It's not weakening or sheeting off or anything like that. And I mean, let's take the edge and let's drag it along it without applying too much pressure, just to see for casual contact. Now you have to apply pressure, you have to gouge. That's not bad. I literally was just using this, White Wolf. Give me a break. God, y'all are so judgmental. Get them finger oils all over the bottom of that tank, yeah. Get in there and polish that paint job with your greasy fingers, boy. Oh, shut up. This isn't bad. The paint went down really well. The surface adhesion was good. I think for casual hand, here's the thing. By the time you're scratching with your fingernail, I've got fully painted minis. I would not do that with. That would, even primed models, there's a solid chance that if you're scratching them with a fingernail, the paint's gonna come off. What you don't want is casual contact and finger rubbing. You shouldn't be doing this with your models anyway, but, you know, if you're picking it up and handling it a lot, you could accidentally wipe some off a corner, but I don't think you'll have that problem with this. This is, I like this material. Everything is a good argument for varnishing, Kursala. Always varnish your models. You may lick your models, WJ. Yes, please go right ahead. I want to try more with this. I don't want to say, yes, you can paint Scio-Res without priming. I don't want to say that 100%. I'm going to say that this has convinced me to try it. This has convinced me to paint a Scio-Res model without priming it and see what happens. I still don't know if it's a good idea, but I think maybe you could get away with it. I'm gonna lean on, it's a question of if it's consistent. I would want to paint 2 or 3 different models of different shapes and see how they hold up before I would say one way or the other on this material. But this is a pretty good test. And it took the paint really, really nicely. So I'm gonna say that the CGL plastic was surprisingly successful. Enough of it came off with minimal effort that I still would not paint these without priming them. I'm gonna go with this. Technically possible to paint without priming. Potentially viable as long as you varnish it. Not advisable. Elegoo water washable. I'm gonna say between the 2 tests that we had, prime it. Just prime it. The surface finish is far too inconsistent to judge whether this is going to work or not. I do not recommend painting this without priming. Even if you varnish it, you might wind up losing a chunk of paint when you least expect it. I'm going to say this is a failure, particularly when compared to a primed version, Kursala, because I primed this one, I didn't prime this one. This one is rock solid, this one is not. So for this one, primer is absolutely the winner, in my opinion. Scio-Res, this is interesting. This is very, very interesting to me, because this absolutely took it the best and was the most durable. again, I have a hard time ever saying that this is recommended because I feel like there's no reason not to prime, but this has me curious enough to try it again. This has me curious enough to try it again. So, in my judgment, I fucking win. I am right. No, yeah, that's the truth, Kursala. The type of resin it is ultimately meaningless
And so I
once the
painted
primer is
on
down
some
and cured.
metallics. Bitches love metallics.
I'll accept a draw. I'll accept a draw, Data Nerd, because I have been surprised at how well it has stuck to both of these, even though I don't think it's ultimately viable to do. And this is compelling. Everything about ScioRes is compelling. Hey, what's up, Drax? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Everything about ScioRes is compelling. Not quite as compelling as Riot Sister.
Hello there.
But compelling. I think if you were, for whatever reason, really you know what? I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna test this on a full paint job, and then we're gonna put it through the ringer, and see what the truth of this is. Because, again, I'm not really sure why you'd be against using primer, but if you were, from what I've seen of this, you could paint ScioRes without priming it. This material is fascinating. It's soft. Like it has much more flexibility to it than your average hard plastic like polystyrene. We've done the tank barrel. Like, this tank barrel has a curve to it because we've folded it back on itself completely, I think 5 times now. And it still holds its shape remarkably. Like, it has a little bit of a bend to it now, but I think you could correct that. And that's if you take you have to understand, this thing is like, this is maybe 3.5 millimeters. Well, I'll say 4. It's not even 4. This is maybe 3.5 millimeters across. And this, in styrene, if you bent that back, it would just snap off. In PVC, if you bent it back, it would never, ever return to its original shape. But this settled out really nicely, and I will say also with this ScioRes, like, because this is primed ScioRes, and the primer, which is designed to stick down and be durable, like, this is fucking... This is me trying to scratch it off and failing. So, I mean, the ultimate verdict on ScioRes is, could you paint this without priming? Maybe. If you prime it, it'll be fucking bomb-proof. Like, this is... I would not do this to most of my models and expect the paint to stay, but I can't get the goddamn primer to come off. This is... What the fuck? I'm giving it the business. And it's not... I'm really pressing, like, as hard as I can now. That still didn't do anything. It still didn't do anything. What the hell is going on? Fuck you! Give me a fucking blade. Give me a goddamn blade. Come here. Ah! Yes! Fucking sweet victory. Ah! Show you, you son of a bitch. What was I doing? I'm not sure what the point of that was. I think I didn't want to be defeated by the tank. Yeah. I think this is maybe the most interesting thing to come out of this test, though, is ScioRes plus primer is maybe the strongest paint layer I have ever encountered painting minis. This is even more... I'm even more impressed by this material than I was before. And again, this is being used by a few companies now. Corvus Belli is making their larger units in this, which is pretty awesome. I still wish that they would move to doing like their infantry in this material, but apparently they're not gonna do that, which sucks. Talon Games, who makes Cav Strike Ops, is using this. In fact, this mini is from Talon Games. And it holds detail, like crisp, deep detail, really, really well. Guys, if you're thinking about getting into Cav Strike Ops, if you can make sure that what you're getting from Talon Games is in what they're calling dual cast, get this. Get this. This is fucking amazing. Ah, man, oh man. This is actually interesting results. Very interesting results. All I have left to do on these hills is apply a little bit of flocking, and then I'm gonna call them good. I'm not gonna do that right now. I want to let all the paint that we just put down cure. It won't take long because it's good and dry. It has almost no paint medium in it. And the flocking I'm gonna use. This is my recommendation for honestly for flocking at 6mm scale. Woodland Scenic's Fine Turf. I like the burnt grass for using with these yellow colors. It's just kind of a nice olive. But this is a pretty great grit for doing grass and growth at 6mm scale. Is this Woodland Scenic's Fine Turf? You can get a whole bunch of it for not a lot of money. And applying this is real easy. You put down some thinned PVA glue like Elmer's white glue, and then just shake this out on top of it and let it sit for a second, and then turn the thing upside down and shake all the loose stuff onto a piece of paper. Take that piece of paper, fold it, dump it back in here so you're not wasting any of it. And after that's done, then go ahead and apply your varnish or sealer just to keep that nice and durable. We're all about durability here. Talon Games looks like their mold makers are on point. I've seen reviews of the Infinity Siacast stuff where theirs is still going through growing pains. It's a new material. It is a new material. I have some. I don't have enough to do this with, Kursala. You know what, Kursala? You have a flock that is roughly equivalent to this color and super fine grain. If you can get me this, I'll use it. This is like what happens if you take floral foam and atomize it by squashing it in your hand. It's really fine. But it's ideal for 6mm. I do it on a piece of construction paper, Riot Sister, because then you can fold it up, and it all goes into one central little funnel, and then you just drop it right back in. Tappity tap tap the model to get all the loose flocking off. In my case, yeah, turn it upside down, tap it, maybe blow on it a little bit, get all the fluff off there. Get it all off there. All right, folks. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to take a bio break. I will be back in just a minute. We're going to launch right on into the Storm Report and see what you fine folks have been sharing with us. We're going to do our little art review that we do. I'll see you in just a second.
Maybe it's time we all gave Eden a chance. Even the devil needs a friend.
All right, folks. Get some of this crap out of the way here. I got this whole set dry brushed up tonight, and you know what? I'm feeling pretty good about it. I got to do some flocking on it, and then spray it with a quick clear coat, and we've got a full map of hills ready to go. Does not take much time or effort to because I mean, this is a full board of Battletech terrain at this point. Really? Like, if If you were to do this twice, you would be able to easily populate more than a 4x4. Many more printed, but have to paint them up. Forgotarung, are you doing the new ones? I want to see what you do with those, man. Again, these ones are very, very similar to the old ones that you already did, Forgotarung, so I wouldn't replace the ones that you've already done, but if you're adding to them, definitely use these, man. They're just a little nicer. They're just a little nicer. They also support models better, which is only really obvious when you start actually placing them. I have a hard time even going over all the little rules that I had when I was making these to ensure that they support even the CGL hollow bases really, really well in every single conceivable space while still allowing room for mechs that tend to overshoot their base a little bit. Accidentally broke 2 tiny missiles of your catapult. Oh my god, no, that's terrible. That's terrible. Why would you do such a thing? It's just cruel, Forgotarung. Alright, let me move these out of the way. Let's go ahead and get started.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I'm gonna assume that's the fish. That's the fish you were talking about, I'm gonna guess. Does look a little fishy. Oh, I didn't even show you guys, I meant to, how these hills are made in such a way that you can interlock them. I have the power. I'm gonna show that really quick, and then we're gonna do the Storm Report. When you're making hills like these, it is really, really easy to add features on to the point, since they use such a tight grid system, that they quickly will not fit into one another, but all of these, I was very, very careful to remove material when doing the base sculpting. So all of these will interlock with one another very, very nicely. So if you want to take these hills and combine them in interesting ways to create larger formations, or even stack them on top of one another to create taller formations, they fit very, very well. I'm really very proud of this set. This is the kind of set that you can buy, you can print, you can get physicals of, you can paint them up, and you just have all the terrain you're gonna need for the foreseeable future. All right, let's go back to let's actually do the Storm Report now. As I was putting them away, I was interlocking them to take up less space, and I was like, oh, I didn't show that. But yes, I did consider that when I was making them, and yes, you can do that. Oh my god, how did I make such a mess? Hextech Geomorphs. You know what, Amistig, I just fucking love tabletop games, and I fucking love terrain, man. So if I make it, believe me when I say that I've put some thought and some effort and some enthusiasm into it. Animorph tabletop. Don't play with that hill. That hill's Tobias. He's been stuck as a hill for the last 10 years. Alright. It comes from being a giant nerd, Amistig. I like to think it's the healthiest way that I have managed to express that so far in my life. Hang on, let me adjust the size of my window here a wee little bit so I can see everything. There we go. Ooh, that's exciting, Bahamut. You gonna send us some pictures? I'd love to see them. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Chaotic Harmony's not the only one to have a Metal Gear style pick. Now Alaric Kerensky has one too. You know what, Blunderthud? Just open the thread and look at the second version. Wait, what? I want to look at the first version though. This is cool. You really do nail that Metal Gear Solid aesthetic. The little staticky picture on the communications display. That's real slick. That's real slick. This is the best Alaric Kerensky's ever looked. I gotta open the thread and look at the second one. Oh yeah, it's a bit sharper. And we got some highlights from a light source off to the right, which really brightens up the eyes, which helps a whole lot. And then we have included the entirety of Alaric Kerensky. He likes his mech warrior. He likes his foxhole. He likes his X-wing. Alaric Kerensky, fission mailed. Alaric. Nice. Nicely done, Rio Hassan Pfeffer. Alright, what do we got? Here we got from Mafik. This is what happens if art block slash burned out started to, if art block slash burnout starts to kick in while coloring the armor suits. God, I hate that feeling. I hate it when I can feel it happening too. And despite that, I really wish someone made a miniature out of it, but nah, it's not gonna happen anyway. I mean, that's not necessarily true. There are a lot of 3D sculptors out there, man. The trick is just finding the one that you want to work with. I like the Beholder's suit. He's got like a nasty hunchback going on, doesn't he? The Space Marine Slaughter suit, very, very creatively named. He has a number of RPGs on his back there. I like his little arrangement of 4 eyes. And the Death Sea suit, who has like a shark mouth going on, what appears to be a torpedo launcher under one arm. I like the tube going from the backpack to the launcher there. And some sort of high caliber weapon mounted under the left arm. These are pretty cool designs. Man, the left arm of the Beholder suit is interesting. He's got like a meat grinder fist. Alright, Mafik. I can dig it, man. Dude, if you want people to make 3D models of your designs, like, start posting some of this stuff up in the buy, sell, trade, hire. We have a lot of 3D designers on the Discord, and there's a very strong chance you can find someone who's willing to mock something up like this for something affordable. Tried to make a Dazzle camo, but it got fucked up. As long as you know what you were going for. You know what they say, Mafik, the master has failed more times than the amateur has even attempted. Try, and try again. And dude, your body of work is so extensive at this point. Don't beat yourself up because it doesn't match exactly what you want it to be every time. Really nice work on these, Mafik. Here we have from Gear Falcon, my 3 Titans from Legion Krytos, a traitor legion. Now for me to do with a loyalist legion. I'm looking for signs that they're a traitor legion, and all I can find is the Eye of Horus. Oh, okay. In fairness. I guess at this point, because Adeptus Titanicus takes place during the Horus Heresy. So the traitor legions would not necessarily be growing chaos spines and random crap out of their titans. At this point, they would be relatively normal. But for sporting, as shown here on this Warhound, the Eye of Horus. Loyal to the War Master. So I can see it. Okay. I'll buy it. Good job on the Knights. What are these ones called? Cerastus? I feel like these are Knight Cerastus, the ones with the reverse jointed legs. I like the teal. I really like the hull striping that you've got up here. That's pretty cool. Nice work. Good job on the Martian red on the base. And it looks like you've done some weathering going up the toes on the Reaver over here, going up a little bit higher on the Cerastus Knight. I would say that you could, if you felt like it, like these look really good. If you felt like going heavier on the red, you could definitely get away with it, particularly if, like, I think it kind of looks best on the Cerastus Knight because it gets high enough to go over the teal, and that's where it really starts to contrast. I think you could do more. But they look fantastic as it is, and really nice job on the very fine grit that you have on these bases. Adeptus Titanicus is a neat game that I have still not played, and I won't, because if I play a Gear Falcon, I'm going to wind up spending a lot of money on it, and I don't want to do that. Here we have from Ren Momo, it's in the game. We've completed it now. EA Sports, and at least now I get the reference. I would have been so confused had I not asked last time. What, Ezri? Wait, what did I say? What are we wait-whatting about? I'm curious. Let's see what Ren's got for us here. These are our Vitrian Dragoons that we're working on, right, Ren? I gotta say, what stands out to me here, and it's an odd thing. It is an odd thing to pop out, Ren. But, I like the basing. I like the basing. It's simple and it's effective, and it's a nice blue tone that kind of clashes with the reds and greens you got going on up here. This is an Anvil Industries. Oh, that's right, that's right. We were looking at this guy last time, weren't we? Never mind, I'm sorry. I get projects confused. I can barely keep track of my own projects, Ren, forgive me. Again, I feel like it's a strange thing for me to pick out, but it's just what jumped out at me is that this basing in particular is very believable, very well done, and very clean. More and more your brush control is coming in line. I like the sort of brassy, coppery tone you have to the helmet, and then the little visor. I would honestly say, Ren, when we first started looking at some of your work, I don't know that you would have been able to get this visor as clean as it is here. This is a very tangible, very real, very immediate sign of improvement. And I just, I like to pick these things out when I see them, because when you're the one painting the models over and over and over again, it's easy to lose track of where you're actually making progress, but I see it, Ren. Nicely done. Coming down. Here we have from the Amish Stig. Managed to get adhesion late Thursday night by re-leveling the bed. I'm glad to hear that, because, yeah, you've been having problems with that. Oh, no problem, Automat. It's just good to have you here. Working on picking out the tiny details now. Fuck yeah, I wanna see... yeah, do so. I want to see it when you're done. Oh, managed to get adhesion late Thursday night by re-leveling the bed. Obsessing over Z offset, 1/100th of a millimeter at a time. Oh, what a nightmare. Changing a whole bunch of settings. Flipping the bed to the smooth side, but it appears my Mimic Cura's move the head and let the part cool down functionality is turning my shame into more shame. That's what we do here. Not repriming the nozzle fast enough, as evidenced by the gnarly blob where the bridge is supposed to be. Also appears to be some over-extrusion. If you look close at the
Here at
inflection
Thunderhead
point along the
Studio, we
waterline,
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
the man knows what he's talking about. Also appears to be some over-extrusion if you look close at the inflection point along the waterline. Easy enough tweaks. Add an E parameter to the move the head back command and tune the extrusion multiplier a bit further. Amish Stig, you're gonna go cross-eyed working with all this stuff, man. Told myself I wasn't gonna keep screwing around with this particular layer / nozzle combination, but success is encouraging, especially when the final part is so pretty. If I have another successful print between now and the next Storm Report, I might do a this just in, or delete this post and re-add it with a collage image. But for now, many thanks to this community for all the collaborative knowledge. It's been a huge help in translating make proof of concept models of this stuff, competitive experience from the late 1990s, to a functional, real CNC machine where things like nozzle temperature and the physics of semi-molten plastic come into play. Update, apparently I can't add pictures to a post, so I have to create one later. Yeah, it is a little bit restricted. Oh, that is much nicer. This is much nicer than the original. This looks like a smaller piece, but the surface is much nicer than that initial test. Holy moly. Damn. Okay, yeah, I can see why you say success is encouraging. From Cav Tankerist, they must have watched Thursday's stream. Microsoft just bad Activision Blizzard. Wow, that's good? It's bad? Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. It's like, Ken Watanabe in Godzilla. Let them fight. Whatever. Maybe it'll be good. It couldn't possibly be worse than it's been, right? Maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe it will find a way to be. I don't know. I just don't know. And that's the ugly one. Yeah, a different ship. I figured that was a much smaller one. And yeah, when you're trying to dial in your settings, using something small that has a few of the details you want to test is absolutely the way forward. Life, finds a way. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour, updated with a better pick. My recently finished River Terrain from Steel Warrior Studios and Vergaderung. Vergaderung, I'm sorry that, and this keeps happening. Vergaderung, I am sorry that people on the internet keep posting your stuff and going, there's a Thunderhead Studio terrain. I correct them every time, and it annoys me. They didn't do it here. Journeyman Paint Hour knows his shit. But I see it, and we're correcting it. People just associate me with Steel Warrior so much these days. And this is like some of the coolest terrain he sells. Some of the coolest terrain he sells. Rather enjoyed painting this piece. Ideal level of detail that made it easy to paint, but with enough to engage the eye. Definitely pops out nicely on a green playmat. Started with a blue base, then taped an airbrush gray onto the rocks. Green dry brush, brown wash, brown glue, and some rainy river flocking on the edge to finish the shore. Did a light blue dry brush, delicate white dry brush without cleaning the brush off on the river. Get that nice mix in there. Hit it with a blue wash and touch up the rocks in the rapids. Finished with a normal varnish to hold the flock on, then a brush on gloss varnish to make the water shiny. Looking forward to placing it on the table. Damn. Really kind of went all... Ooh, I really like the addition of the... I guess not white caps, but the little bit of frothy water for the rapids. And the inlet. That's nice. That's real nice. Pun Expected, how you doing today, man? Thank you so much for getting that shout out, Data Nerd. Folks, go check out Pun Expected Painting. This guy and his oil painting, I swear. He's on my list of single model painters I aspire to be like. I aspire to be like apparently every painter on Twitch at this point, but yeah, what are you gonna do? There's some really talented people out there. This really, I like this. And the fact that it varies along the length just keeps the river looking interesting. Nice job with the flocking in the rocks, too. Just enough to sort of focus interest on the water and not draw attention away from them. Really talented people, and then Matt Yee. Jesus Christ, Doc. I'm going to tell him you said that. I'm going to tell him you said that. We're going to report this to the authorities. That's where we're going. That's what's going to happen. Alright, here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Finally made some more progress on my Orc Pain Boy for the Borderlands Orcs. We shall see once completed how I feel. It could very well still be in its ugly phase, or it could simply be ugly. Who knows? No meetings this week, just building and stocking in store. Hurrah for being close to opening. That is fucking exciting, dude. Also got this amazing 6-inch Krieg from Borderlands STL to print, paint, rehome. It's gonna be sweet. This is pretty exciting. This is pretty exciting. Oh, I didn't realize it was a Dragon's Lair that was the franchise you were gonna be managing. I've been to a couple of Dragon's Lairs. That's pretty fucking cool. This is exciting. This is exciting, Zombie Brush. I'm gonna have to come visit your store. Zombie Brush has been, and I can't, say what's gonna happen. But Zombie Brush has been interested in stocking Battletech stuff and Steel Warrior Battletech stuff in his store, which is really, really fucking exciting. I'm psyched. It makes me feel so goddamn legitimate when people are like, we would like to stock your shit retail. In this case, it might be mild nepotism, but only mild. It's not like acute nepotism. It's a very asymptomatic nepotism. That way, it was one comment. It was not comments about his mother. I made one comment about his mother. Come on, let's be accurate at least. Love all the Dragon's Lairs I've been to, except the one here. It's not great. I'm sorry to hear that, Machine God. I saw this model. This is an intense one, and I'll be very interested. I think this is going to lend itself really well to Zombie Brush's chunky painting style. Also, dude, it's not ugly. I think that if you add some interest to it, because right now it has this really strong... I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Right now it has this really strong visual focal point right here in the middle with this powerful green. I like how it comes down to the yellow. If I may give critique, if I may, I think that the yellow foot on the mostly yellow Badlands base might be a mistake. I think including something a little bit more clashing here, like a red or a blue, might be a good idea. I like the red here, and I think that if you put some more focus on turning, like if you made this yellow, if you made like this blue and this yellow, or there's some other options here. But a little bit more focus here and spread it around a bit. I really think that this is a damn good looking mini and will be when you're done. Oh, excuse me. New Dragon's Lair. Nice. Here we have from Squared working on a Stalker. Ooh. Now, this is another instance where this wash treatment that you've done on the upper torso has come out really, really well. It's a little dirty. A little messy on the feet and the legs, but I think that works because they're feet and legs. But up here, the shading has come in really well with the way the shadow is focused on the side and that it's bright on the top surfaces. This is well applied. I'm very much looking forward to getting my hands on those Army Painter speed paints because everything I've seen about them is pretty exciting, and I'm trying to, you know, paint a lot more models this year, so I'm hoping that's going to help. Nice. Very nicely done, Squared. Your style is really dialed in pretty well at this point. I don't have that much to offer or critique anymore. I still want to see more splashes of bright contrast and color, and I think that that's just something that, you know, keep working on it, keep trying new things. The only person I've not seen liking them is Squidmar. Severe, do you know what Squidmar said about them? Honestly, negative charisma. If there's something specific you'd like to see done with them, I'll be happy to give it a try. Let me know on the Discord. Wash makes it look properly gloss, like it's been trudging around in a gross bog planet's grossest bogs for about 3 standard years. Hooey gooey. Alright. Coming down. No airbrush for the speed paints. They seem to be more like a wash, and some of the tones are very similar. So, yeah, here's the thing, is the contrast painting technique is something that a lot of people had obviously been doing prior to the invention of the contrast paint. That's just the commercialization of the idea. And at the time that contrast paints came out, I was in a kick with painting where I was doing what's called value sketching. I was really just focusing on monochrome paint schemes. And I would value sketch a mini, and then I would come in with washes, and I would glaze and filter colors over the value sketch to create the mini. Some of them ended up really washed out, and at the time I was using a lot of the AP, the Army Painter quick shades. It actually worked pretty well for neutral tones. The Army Painter quick shades are the only Army Painter that I still consistently buy. Like, I always have some of their quick shade washes. I think that these are better than the ones from Games Workshop. And I've maintained for a while that if you intensified the pigments in these, they would make a pretty good alternative to a contrast paint. So I'm very curious to see what they're like. I'm not promising I'm going to like them, but we're going to give them a fair shake. Oh yeah, absolutely negative charisma. Only use brush is what he said. They didn't go well through the airbrush? Huh. Army Painter themselves, though, said the speed paints are their own thing. We'll find out. I pre-ordered one of the speed paint sets. So, I mean, yeah, Mr. Alt, I mean, you know, companies say a lot of things that are complete nonsense, though. Like, the concept is still the same. Maybe. I honestly don't know. We're gonna try it, and we're gonna find out. Alright, let's keep coming down. Here we have from Nash. Desk is cleaned and reorganized, feeling productive. Here's an update on the Flayed Goat. Well, it sounds like a great name for a pub. As I've been calling him, debating on whether I risk OSL from the staff.
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
That was me dancing a jig. I hope you liked it. Nash. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Here at
Nothing
Thunderhead
ventured,
Studio,
nothing
we
gained.
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
But the strongest shame you will feel is if you don't push yourself. Here's the thing, like, if you're not even curious what OSL would look like and you don't want to try it, then skip it. If you find yourself thinking like, I kind of want to know what OSL would look like, don't let fear, like honestly, don't let fear in as a motivator for why you're doing anything with painting. Fear is a terrible, terrible motivator. It's all fear is going to do is stop you from learning new things. Exactly, Dr. Rhino. It's just paint. There's nothing you could ruin with attempting OSL that you couldn't fix with a little bit more time. It's just paint. And furthermore, there's so many warm tones in the skin and in the flayed muscle areas, and like the blue is going to do nothing but help you see those parts more. So give it a try. Unexpected's right. Fear is the mind killer, a little death that causes total obliteration. You must face your fear and let it pass over and through you. Turn your inner eye upon its path, and where it has gone, there will be nothing. Only you will remain. And some sweet OSL, which is obviously pretty badass. I want to see it. I want to see it. Give it a shot, man. I'm telling you. Even if it goes poorly, you're going to learn something, and you're going to get better at doing it. And before you know it, you'll be doing OSL all over the fucking place. It's just, the anticipation is so much worse than the reality. It really is. Look at some examples of OSL that you like, and just do what they did. Like, don't feel bad about copying what other people have done. Just copy them. Just copy them. Please. That's how we learn. Yeah, and you just have to ignore it. You just have to ignore it. Still need to fill up my Pro Acrylics line. I do love Pro Acryl. So for this model originally being like wood and roots and shit, did a great job gnarlifying it. Yeah, it's an impressive model. It really is. Oh god, excuse me, it's disgusting. Here we have from Punexpected, thinks she's done once she dries and gets a varnish, and Plinth Wayata from Bold Miniatures, playing a nonsense instrument as discussed. I really like the NMM that you've done for the gold filigree around the banjo tar that she's playing here. Nice job on the eye. Really, the depth of the blue skin that you got, it looks like using like purple and magenta shadows, is delightful. Unexpected, I continue to love your work. I like what you did with the horns too, with the red and purple. Joyous, just joyous, and with a flashing smile on top of everything else. What are you talking about, Alaric? What are you talking about? What the hell? What's Alaric talking about? We were just going to go ahead and look at this. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool, Alaric. I dig it. He captured your particular steely-eyed concentration. Oh, there's a newer version? Oh, with the TIE interceptors. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything. But I saw the X-Wings and I was like, that doesn't seem like Alaric. Alaric is a devotee of the Baron. And as such, he would absolutely be in a squint. It's a wonderful piece of artwork. Alright, coming down where let's take one more look at Punexpected's work here, because this really is pretty excellent. Punexpected, do you do, like turntable shots, like videos with the mini on a turntable so you get all the angles? Because this is a mini where I think I'd like to see that. If you feel like doing it, I would love to see something like that on Instagram, man. That would be great. Guys, go follow Punexpected, by the way. Dude is such a fucking killer painter. Here we have from Ion Raptor, a little funny business, courtesy of Scorpia on the Everything Battletech server using a render of my hermit crab. Yeah, this is the darkest. This is the darkest of the ones so far. You maniacs! That's a delight. That's a delight. I don't know if Cerberus is still around. This is the hermit crab that Ion Raptor did. That's just it's just perfect. But it is delicious. I mean, you know, I'm not a crab. I'm not offended by it. I ain't no sea bug. Oh my god. Alright, here we have from Merlin Models Chapter Master Kayvon Shrike of the Raven Guard. I'm trying to push my ability with white, and I'm glad that we convinced Merlin to not use the emo haircut for Kayvon Shrike. I like this model. I see what they were going for when they did the head for this figure, but a Space Marine with bangs that are hanging down over one eye, like, really? Really? It's not even that I hate the idea of it. It's just like they've gone so tactical with the Primaris design overall. They took the Space Marines from these esoteric space monks and have been shoving them in the direction of tactical practicality for the last, like, 5 years. And in the midst of that, to then release a Space Marine Chapter Master with a stylish haircut that makes him look so dark. Like, pick a fucking lane, guys. Really. It's not like a huge sin or anything, it's just, it didn't really do anything for me. So we convinced Merlin to go ahead and modify the beaky helmet that comes with Kayvon Shrike so that he's actually wearing his helmet. And I look forward to seeing that conversion finish. Nice job on the lightning claws here. I know that Merlin is thinking about trying to do some lightning effects on the extended lightning claws on the other arm, and that is something I am very, very curious to see the execution of. Nice work on the white, well shaded, nice and soft, good edge highlighting on the claws. All in all, nicely done. Have I mentioned how much I hate the past 10 or so years? Oh my god, right? Oh, the world is a nightmare. Goth Karen Marine just wants to talk to Slash's manager. You'll never understand me. Like, it works for the... Like, I would be fine with that if it was, like, a Conrad Kurz model. Like, okay, yeah, the fucking Night Lords can be emo. That's okay. They're the Night Lords, and they're chaos. At this point, they can do anything they want. I mean, I think that making the Night Lords kind of, like, emo and dark and goth is potentially better than making them into the like, Spirit Halloween Store cartoon vampires that they've been in the past. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Here we have from Squared, did up an Orloff Grenadiers Trebuchet. Ooh, this is slick. I am loving this. I am loving the cockpit glass. This transition is smooth. Damn. If you could, the only thing you could do here to make this a little bit nicer is, and this is a tiny change and you don't need to do it, but just getting this panel line a little darker and a little more defined on these two edges would just help the highlight on the cockpit glass pop a little bit more and separate it from the struts. But the transition itself is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Nicely done. Very nicely done, Trebuchet. Raven Guards are emo, Night Lords are goth. Yeah, it's true. The Night Lords are more like fucking death metal, man. We got fucking wings and fangs and fucking skulls and lightning bolts. I can dig that. At the same time, though, I would more buy the fucking hair on a Night Lord than I do on a Raven Guard. I would assume the Raven Guard would at least be professional, for fuck's sake. Here we have from Moff Feek, work in progress on something for next week, and yes, that's the Broken Void Goddess. Despite she has the wings, because she was once an angel before the Forsaken Age. Plus, I'm always toying around with my model kits whenever I'm doing some drawing, letting the imagination flow. Oh, her wings are all tattered. That's sad. At least she seems pretty stoked. You know, things seem like they're okay, even if half of her head is turning into a mutated monster face. She's probably just smiling because she has giant breasts. I know I would be, generally speaking. Hope to try it on the trench foot. That's right, you're going to have one of them here pretty soon. I'm excited to see how that turns out. He could better cut the enemies of mankind with all his edge. Crawling in my skin. Wait, no, that would be crawling in my black carapace. Damn it, that would have been funnier. Ah, I missed the joke. I'm always so disappointed when I just sail right past humor. Like I get close enough that I could reach out and touch it, and I miss it. I'm too eager. Learn patience from my folly, please. Thunderhead karaoke party? Fuck no. Oh God, nobody wants that. Absolutely nobody wants that. That doesn't sound like me at all, right? Arden when he was 2 years. One day we're gonna need a timeline of this world of yours, Mafik. It's the only way we're gonna connect all of these events. It's the only way. Oh yeah, I guess this would be Arden right here, with his head nuzzled into... Yes, it is. Good catch, Gimishkar. This model kit is Amuro's mobile suit during the Grips Wars. Woo-wee! That was a sexy one. Nice build, Mafik, and thank you for sharing both with us. Oh, here we have from NMO Xander Shade. I finally finished the Griffin Frankenmech, based off of the absolutely maddening cover art from MechWarrior 5's Heroes of the Inner Sphere DLC. Other crimes the artist made were an Atlas with a wrist-mounted urban mech arm and a rifleman with 3 or maybe 4 AC-10s. Still not quite pleased with how the cockpit turned out, but otherwise I'm incredibly pleased with myself. I've also attached the record sheet I came up with to match the loadout visible on the mech, re-uploaded with separate images for better clarity. I don't think I've looked at I haven't looked at the MechWarrior 5 DLC. I haven't even looked at MechWarrior 5 since it came out. I'm digging the camo pattern though, I gotta say. Alright, let's see our modified sheet here. LRM-10, MLAS, AC-10. Did they really... I'm gonna have to go look at the art, because I'm seeing the MLAS here. Did they really put an MLAS on the R right torso, left torso of a Griffin? Huh. Yeah, like, what? Is it a Griffin if all of its weapons aren't completely concentrated in one arm, making the right side incredibly vulnerable? I propose not. I propose not. Even the best Griffins can lose all their weapons if they lose their right torso. That's not strictly true. I guess they move the LRM over to the left torso, but it doesn't really. Just an AC-10 and an LRM-10 irritated me. Didn't see anything wrong with that rifle. I'm gonna have to go look at this picture. To get some context on it. Nice modifications, though, I gotta say, Xander Shade. This is an odd thing to be compelled to do, but I respect your commitment to it, at the very least. The ammo in the 1S is still in the right torso. Is it really? I guess I didn't realize the ammo was sitting. So yeah, if it loses the right torso, it's just done. It's just done. Even Captain Sparklefist, my favorite Griffin. Turn that left torso towards the enemy, boys. Alright. Let's come down a little bit here and see what we got from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Big tricks, baby. It's a ballpoint pen. And a post-it note. What am I doing with my life, man? What are any of us doing here? Is that a wedding dress on the bottom? It seems like it very well could be, WJ. What with the bouquet and all. Really nicely done, Rio. Very, very expressive, and I love all the layer. Well, yeah, she's got a veil too, so yeah, I would assume so. Really like all the layering with the hair too. Your eyes have gotten more and more impressive. The amount of shading and glare and everything that you get. Oh, nice. Very, very nicely done, Rio. Here we have from Machine God. Been a while since I've done any painting. First off, my Clan Smoke Jaguar Epsilon Galaxy Star with more in the works. Base is actually airbrushed. I airbrushed my base coat for these guys to make them move faster. quantity has a quality all its own. That is a hot orange. Damn. That's like high-vis construction orange with what looks like little bits of yellow in there. Using the metallic paints well to kind of break that up and keep it interesting. The basing is very compelling, too. Going for that like, exoplanet vibe. Got a pinkish red dirt. Some goofy little alien bonsai trees with yellow foliage. That's pretty cool. Citadel Jokero orange and Averland sunset yellow for the trim. Very, very vivid. Nice. It's looking like green for the cockpit. On this mech in particular, it's difficult to tell what color the cockpit glass is because it's so tiny. It's got the eyeball cockpits. But on one that has more glass, it's blue. Okay, yeah, you see how well I can see it. I want to see more in this star on a mech that has more glass. Like, if you do like a Cougar or something like that in this style, so that we get that flash of blue in there, you know? Camouflaged for a construction site. Yeah, it would fit right in. Fit right in with the caterpillars. Really nicely done, Machine God. Alright. Here we got from Wheezy, update on my Star League Legends. Update on top, earlier on bottom. I tried the mint green edge highlights as you suggested. I tried to be fairly limited with them, and I think it turned out okay. Do I have any other suggestions? Yeah. I think that makes a big difference, honestly. It looks like maybe you came in, either the lighting is different, or maybe you came in with the shading a little bit more in a few spots. Or maybe it's just that the use of that mint green limited highlight is helping the shadows to appear darker than they actually are, which is an interesting sort of effect that genuinely does happen when you do those spot highlights. It's improved overall. The basing definitely helps as well. That looks very nice. I like what you did with the rocks there. It's a good opportunity to add in a little bit of a blue-gray. I think these look great. Honestly, this is a great paint job. I love what you've done with the gradient on the visor for the Highlander. Xander Shade, have a fantastic night, man. Get you some sleep. Have some good classes in the morning. It's always a pleasure having you here, dude. I hope we see you again Thursday. Honestly, looking at these at this point, I'd call these bad boys done. If you want to do any improvements, do them on the next mechs you paint. Don't linger on these any longer. These look fantastic. Everything's well defined. Highlights look good. Shading is good. Basing looks good. These are awesome. These are great, Wheezy. Don't do anything more to them. Don't do anything more to them. If you want to do better on your next mechs. But keep going. Here we have from the Punished Think. Bagpipes blare out over the PA speaker on the SLDF base. Good day, gents. Oh, there's no punctuation. Sorry. Bagpipes blare out over the PA speaker on the SLDF base. Good day, gents. Today we have the honor of housing a Lance of the Black Watch, as they wish to use this area's terrain for training practice. Some of you may be picked to act as Op-4, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Some things to keep in mind. They are all gunslinger graduates. They have better equipment. The ladies like them more. They all have a good couple of years of battlefield experience under their belts, so don't get cocky and don't try to upstage them. You will lose. Man, what a shitty commander. Why don't you tell your people this? Keep your egos in check, and you might come out on top. So not that I'm done with the 1 star of my clan Ghost Bear. So now that I'm done with the 1 star of my clan Ghost Bear, I'm going to be painting my Lance of the Black Watch. Still a work in progress, but one of the Black Knights, one the Black Knight, I want to have him fire his ERPPC, so I'm going to do OSL. My paint formula is 5-to-1 of Ardennes Green and Black Forest Green. The back for the tartan is deep blue, kicked up with some Tesla blue. The tartan pattern is Errati Green and Spring Green mixed with Errati for the overlaps on the green. Black ink is used for the last pattern. Really looking forward to having this Lance done. It's one of my favorite units, made up of some of my all-time favorite IS mechs. It's hard not to like the Black Knight and the Crab. That is a nice, vivid, saturated green you've got there. The tartan is actually a surprisingly effective pattern. You've applied it sparingly, and I think it actually works really well. The crab, in particular, is looking great. Well, I hope that we get to see this lance when it's finished, Punished Fin, because that looks fantastic. Here we have from Sphere. Not perfect, but good enough for tabletop. Ain't that the ticket? Gonna call it done for now. Trigon Prime, added to my done pile for my Tyranids. Oh, he's a colorful boy, isn't he? I love that red-blue. Tyranids really kind of, in my opinion, they beg for bright colors. I know. Grim dark. Everybody likes to make things all grim and dark and earth tones. And I've seen some really cool, kind of more naturalistic Tyranid paint schemes. I've seen some really, really deep blue ones that come out good. There's famously the coconut crab ones that the one guy did that admittedly look really nice, but I'm just partial to the bright colors, and I like the blue and red quite a lot. Nicely done. And that big ugly son of a bitch. This slavering maw. Some of the only earth tones you have that appear here are in his mouth on his teeth, and that's actually pretty cool. Creates a nice focal point right around his gaping maw sphere, which is right where it should be.
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Ooh, here we have from Bridget Wolf. Finally got back to streaming recently, and on said stream finished this alcohol marker drawing of Captain Krabs. What an apropos name. A family-friendly DJ VTuber who sports the most adorable chibi pirate crab avatar. Of course, if anyone's seen my drawings of Animal Crossing characters, you know I had to draw a Mobian version befitting the Sonic the Hedgehog universe. Did have to do some color correction in post, because apparently my camera hates shades of blue when contrasting with yellows. Also, don't worry, that's root beer in the mug. Our crustacean friend is keeping it cool for the kids. I was lucky enough to catch this stream, and it was a quite enjoyable watch, seeing this come together. It is an adorable crab avatar. I fear for the poor mug of root beer clamped in this fucking claw, but I love this little crabbo. This little crabbo here is my favorite thing. It took me an embarrassingly long time to realize that his chest was full of sand dollars. And then I went off in my head on a series of odd thoughts about what sea creatures would want with sand dollars and how that would be a valid form of currency. And that went on for probably a good 30 minutes before I realized how stupid that was and how it was really just a play on words and I needed to just shut the hell up and appreciate what was going on. I'm just saying, like, it's sand dollars. They're like starfish skeletons, and it gets morbid really quick if you think about it too much. So let's just move on. There's a crab person. They're drinking root beer. They have an adorable hat, and most importantly, there's this son of a bitch right here. This is my favorite thing. It's absolutely my favorite thing right now. His friendly little crab buddy. Very, very nicely done, Bridget. I'm glad that you're back to streaming. I'm glad that you had fun. It was a pleasure to hang out while you were working on this one. Here we have from the Amish Stig. Closer and closer. I'm getting reliable print success now, although for this print specifically, I can't say I'm happy with my dwell on fast layers code. So I removed it. If you look close, you can see all the places the nozzle paused and lifted to let a layer cool. Did very little to help the conning tower anyway. At this point, I could spend a weekend running temp towers and flow vases, etc., trying to tune it further, but I don't think I'm going to bother for now. I need to change gears, because printing the same thing over and over is driving me crazy. Flipping the bed has helped adhesion, but it does mean turning the bed heater back on. Can't say I'm happy with that. The bed I have is super prone to hot spots in the tune of varying almost 15 degrees. Damn, that's a lot. So far, leaving it all in the whole print has prevented failures. One thing I need to do is debate whether I want to bother trying to overcome being limited by fan placement on the hot end of all things. Very visible glorbing on surprisingly shallow overhangs of the side away from the cooling fan. Rotating the model helped a bit. Instead of one clean side, I got one fugly side. Now I have two less than stellar sides. I have a lot of reading to do before I can try that. I do have a bright idea for when I have about $100 to throw at bad ideas, but more on that later. After shopping, I'm of two minds on the cooling overhaul. On the one hand, improved prints, bragging rights for transplanting an E3 Max printhead onto an E5 Plus. On the other, I won't have, and it's unmodified, you gatekeeping shitlord at my disposal for the next time I run into one. That is important. It is important that we're able to talk shit quickly and accurately to everyone on the internet. It's coming together. This is a lot better than it was. This is a lot better than it was. You're definitely making progress. Man. 3D printing. 3D printing. Oh, shit. I forgot. Oh, Gus Schultz. I need to post the pictures I took of this mini. I can't believe I forgot to do that. I just realized it when I saw yours. Poopy. Gus Schultz. Before I sent back the Dugram, I took a few shots with a background. This one turned out okay. I like it. Did a really good job on this, Gus Schultz. And the fact that you did an actual glass, like broken glass canopy insert here, Gus Schultz is a maniac. He's like a hobby masochist to do effects this fine. I promise you, this area is so small. It is so small, but this is probably one of the better renditions of the derelict Dugram that I've seen. And thank you so much for painting this for me, Gus Schultz. Like I said, I took some pictures of it. I need to be reminded to go ahead and actually post them. I'm terrible with social media. I'm awful with Instagram. I try to remember to post things, but happens like maybe half the time. I literally have that many, like... He's right here. He hangs out with me while I paint, and it's a really fucking cool job you did. I keep like leaning in and looking at the crushed glass that you did for the canopy, and it blows my mind. Like, oh my god, I can't even imagine how I would start to try to do that, even knowing the process that you used on it. Nicely done, and good shot with the background. Really kind of cuts the scale right out, get some of that forced perspective. All it's missing is Canary, is the red-headed woman standing here with her hair blowing in the breeze, looking up at the Iron Soldier who lay dead. Dugram. I love this show. Guys, if you haven't seen Fang of the Sun Dugram, do you like mecha anime? If so, go to YouTube, type in Fang of the Sun Dugram. Find the 75-episode run that's available on there, start watching. Stick with it for at least 10 episodes. It's so good. It's so good. Rio, we've been complimenting you like crazy. Like crazy! You madman. I don't really think it would do for a modern version. It's definitely dated. It's got a bit of a revival going on in Japan right now with a new manga, so, I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see one. It's not like Kunio Okawara isn't still working. He totally is. Oh, here we have from the POV42, still working on my Black Widows. Struggled a bit with the decals on this guy, and I'll be real curious about your take on how I did with the cockpit. It was a battle to get it to look right to my eye, and I'm not sure if that was a real struggle, or me just getting too close to my own work and being overly fussy. I'm gonna go with option B. Because the green pops really, really well next to the red. It has a clear lensing effect with the glare down here and the illumination up towards the top right. Black and red is always an effective combo. Your black is mostly a dark gray with a few deep spots, which makes it particularly effective next to that really, really heavily saturated red. This looks really good. Hang on. Struggled a bit with the decals on this guy. Oh yeah. Right here. I think the cockpit looks great. It's a heavily saturated green, and it actually makes it more interesting, particularly at like arm's length or average viewing distance. You have a nice bright green focal point right in the middle of this sea of black and red, and I think that this probably is going to look damn great on the table. I'm going to say well done. Don't spend any more time on this. Don't come back to this. This looks good. If you want to improve on this, if you want to add like higher highlights to the green, do it on your next mech. Do it on your next mech. Keep going. This one looks fantastic. Alright. Coming down. We get to White Wolf. Oh, hey, we're live. I suppose I should post something then, eh? Think the little bugger's up to something. No idea why each of these funnels is made from 9 individual parts and has a sliding gimmick built into it. That was a fun hour and a half of cleaning up. But hey, the backpack's starting to come into shape. And oh yeah, the main body's assembled. Any second now, the image is going to load too. Oh, there it is. These guys? With a little sliding mechanism? That does seem unnecessary, doesn't it? Damn, this is... I'm consistently impressed at the sheer engineering behind these kits. Holy crap. Evie hanging out, having a good time. Not taking a nap right now. The answer is because Shar. Yeah, that's probably it. He's a bit of a prima donna. Is the little red thing inside the... Oh my god, these? All 6 of these have a little sliding mechanism? That's... What? Oh my god. That seems wildly unnecessary. The holster does open. Okay. You should take a picture of these coming out and then posing, because I'm curious exactly what that looks like. If you can do it. Since you went to the trouble of assembling them, we might as well get some benefit out of that, right? Well, the build is really come together. I kind of want to see the fiddliest of the fiddly bits, though, if you feel like sharing. Funnels are psychically operated remote weapons. I did not see this part of the cartoon. Apparently shit got pretty wild with the new types as things went on. I want to see him. I want to see him, White Wolf. Show me them. Here we have from Nash. Kids painting mech number 1. And have some happy trees and stuff on them. Oh. Well, that's an adorable little archer, isn't he? What an adorable little weapon of war. Oh. He can kill people with saturated missile fire, and he's pastel colored. That's awesome, though. I really... That's in Shar's counterattack? Is it really? Jesus Christ, how long has it been since I've seen Shar's counterattack? I have no memory of that. That's a weird feeling. That is a weird feeling when you know you should remember something and there's just no image of it anywhere in your brain. Because, like, I remember the shape. I don't remember the funnels. Huh. Well, Shar's counterattack is on Netflix right now. I guess I have no excuse not to rewatch it. Thanks for the inspiration in any case. It always makes me happy seeing, like... I just wish that I'd had somebody when I was that age to sit me down and go, here's a model of a robot, and here's some paints. Go. I don't know exactly what it would have meant for me, but I would have been into it. Oh man, I would have been into it. Here we have from Automat Americana. Back from being down with the sickness, starting in on the intense details like weapons and such. Thumper artillery's looking alright. Yes, there's a thumper on top of a blimp. Why not? Don't blame me, blame whatever Battletech boffin wrote this thing up. Just for reference, the full model is currently roughly 579 millimeters long. Jesus. Why wouldn't this be on the bottom? Why would you not put a heavy cannon on the bottom of a blimp? What would you be shooting at? Would you be arcing fire from the top of a blimp to targets on the ground ahead of you? That seems unnecessarily dangerous when you already have a significantly elevated line of sight. I feel like you would just direct fire to the target. Other blimps. That's... Okay. How do you lob the shell over terrain if it's on the bottom? But you're in the sky, Drakari. Like, the whole point of taking a weapon system and elevating it into the sky is now you can fire down over terrain elements at targets on the ground. It's the AT-AT Walker logic. Like, it's effectively an artillery weapon, so to get over terrain, it elevates its weapon system high up enough that it can fire over it. You know what, I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it, I'm just going to look forward to seeing the finished product. That's all I've got in me at this point. Here we have from Asri Knight Relictor Car At Op's head itched. His long, flowing crimson locks were tied up in a bun under his helmet, but he would be shirking his duty if he preened about like the helmetless ginger stormcast around him. He was all business, and his job was not to roll a 1 or a 2 when trying to translocate the nearby Stormdrake Guard, a task he was not going to fault. No, he failed every single time. Maybe those helmetless idiots were onto something. Went with a simpler workup of this model, wanted the character to be more serious, less colorful, more grim. Probably should have done more with the front skirt, still needs some skulls on his base, though. So, I see what you're going for. First of all, I love the fade on the basing. That's really effective. I think that this works. I love how colorful your other Stormcast have been, but I think this works in the sense that, like, the Chaplain always worked in the context of Space Marines. When you have brightly colored Space Marine armies and there's one model in there that's black with a white skull for a helmet. Like, if every single model is like this, they can get to be really boring looking. But as long as it's 1 or maybe 2 mixed in with the rest of them, they actually kind of stand out more. You can really see the warmth in the metallic work that you've been doing in this, and I like that kind of ruddy, warm shading behind all the metal. Oh, welcome in, Adrian Techno. Regards to you from Colorado. Picturing an AC-1... Yeah, right? AC-130 rolling belly up and just going boom and firing shots. And launching itself into the ground as it does. Fallen in love with Pro-Acryl bronze and white gold. I have not yet used the Pro-Acryl metallic paints, which we can see some of right here. I have not yet used their metallics, but I like everything else I have from them. Here we have from POW Rogue. Head's a placeholder, and I'm redoing the chest, but this is the direction I'm going in. Ooh, Tau Marines. Oh my god. Space Marines fighting for the greater good. His foot seems a little short. That's the only thing on the proportions that's standing out to me. Like, most of this is working. I actually really like the slope of the shoulder coming down. This is a much more believable proportion for a human being. I might extend his toe out further just because his foot is very elephantine at the moment. Go for heroic toe proportions, and I think you'll like the results. This is some slick damn modeling and some cool design, though. Very, very nice POW Rogue, and I hope we get to see some more of that. Here we have from O'Coral. Sometimes I think long, deep thoughts, and sometimes I think about Bubbles. I like Bubbles. Oh, that's a pretty kitty. That's a pretty kitty cat. He's got like a Build-A-Cat coloration going on there. Oh yeah, no, it's a really, really cool idea. Just the only thing that stood out to me as not quite working, and honestly, if it's a design element that you want to stay that way, because a lot of the Tau, like, the Tau have hooves, you know? They don't have feet like human beings, they have, like, hooves, and all their suits, their crisis suits, their storm surge, everything, in turn have hooves, because they're, you know, like when we make humanoid machines, they have our features. So if you want the foot to look a little bit more elephantine, if you want it to look a little bit more like a hoof so that it's more in line with them trying to look like the rest of the Tau, that could work. That could work as a design feature. I'm just saying it stood out to me when I first glanced at it. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Coming down. Not thinking about that at all. Here we have from Dr. Rhino my submission to the Make Thunderhead Cry Wall. 22 models and 48... God damn it. Dr. Rhino's trying to make me quit streaming and painting altogether. I'm building the next round of models while you were reading this, Thunderhead. Son of a bitch, he's building them right now. Oh, God. This is fucking... What? These weren't done yesterday. What am I gonna do? Why did I ever agree to this? Fuck you, Dr. Rhino. I am gonna spite paint your ass into the ground. Just not tonight. Here we have from White Wolf, and because why the hell not, Sazabi getting a quick pose inside my Trident 300. Why the hell not? It's like his own personal mech bay. Go ahead and 3D print some more parts on top of him. Man, you are... This thing is... It's a sexy printer. This is so much more into the kit than I've ever gotten, White Wolf, but I can respect your devotion to having the finest kit around. God damn, that is a nice looking build. I like how even the panels and the shoulder pads lift up. And Eevee's gone back to sleep. Spite paint, gonna be like that walk-off in Zoolander. Yeah, or like the Spite store that Larry David opened up next to Mocha Joe's. You know, Latte Larry's. I'm gonna do the Latte Larry's of Twitch painting. Here we have from Mag Notorious Maximus, Cybran Knight, been painting up a storm here. Well, that's on brand, isn't it? Finished the main elements, legs, torso, 2 backpacks, arm set 01 over the weekend, and have been since working on the many variant parts. Many is really underselling it. That the Reckoning calls for, so I've completed about 10 of them. Not quite enough to show more than one accurate variant, but oh well. So far have the PPCs done on the arms, PPC plasma rifle, Gauss, and heavy Gauss rifle, along with the spotlight and ECM plugs done for the high torso mounts, and a single plain and 2 medium laser plugs done for the low torso mounts. Still a lot more to do yet, I know, you maniac, including 8 more low torso mounts, 3 more pairs of arm weapons, and even a couple of high torso weapons, and a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, and technically 2 more arm sets. I'm gonna be at this a while. It's fucking mech. It's insane. The feet of magnets in them. This is a cool looking mech. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on a Reckoning. He's such a big, burly son of a bitch, and he's got those big, nasty knuckle dusters, and I know that he's, like, really posable. I want to kind of do, like, what I did with the Tyrant that I did, who's kneeling over the broken vulture, and I want to do something with him just, like, knocking half the head off of a clan mech or something. Just punching a hole right through his torso. Something wicked with those big, mean knuckles he has on him. Fucking awesome work, Cyberknight. Guys, you can always find Cyberknight's work. Hit !metalcore right here in chat. Get a link over to his website. Check out some of the mechs and vehicles he's done. They are all built to that standard. It's kind of mind-blowing and absolutely worth getting your hands on some if you are into 6mm sci-fi.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Oh my god, I'm not. Oh no, it is. I'm actually. This is just my face. This is who I am now. Oh no, I was proven a liar. Okay, let's keep going. Here we have from Negative Charisma, our very own Pixel Gent.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Now, speaking of which, my second Elegoo Neptune 2 actually is having fan problems right now, but I don't think it's because I put a battle mech in a battle mech.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things, and more.
And more. This is lovely. This is lovely. This has kind of a cartoonish quality to it. It's bright colors and it's exaggerated, but that works for the type of sculpting that this is. Lovely yellow browns, very rich golds we have for the cones, and then a much more earthen brown for the branches. The leaves all came out nice. I like how we've mixed in some warm and cool tones for the stonework here. Very, very nice. Oh, Coral, you have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Lovely. A lovely bit of basing, Pixel Gents, I have to say. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report and the end of this Terrain Tuesday stream. I assume, yeah, that's for the Fat Owl Mini that he was showing off before, which if it's being done in that style, in that kind of cartoonish style, I'm very excited. That's a cool mini that he's working on. Let's figure out who we're raiding tonight. Somebody out there is painting. Nope, mute that. Oh, Crocodile is going. Steep T, Goblin Welder. Punished Fink is working on some Battletech. Let me see. He keeps listing his stream as Battletech when he's painting Battletech, but he lists it as Battletech like tabletop, like the game, like HBS Battletech, and it always confuses me. I want to make sure he's actually painting something before I do anything crazy. Wapelius is painting figures from Ravage Star. Yeah, okay. Punished Fink is over there working on a Black Knight right this very moment. You guys want to go over there? We got that, or we can go see what Crocodile is doing on some Warhammer figures. We got a couple options. Forgotarung, what are you gonna be playing? Hit me up on Discord after this. I gotta go get a shower, get something to eat. We'll see. Yeah, let's go. You know, we don't get to raid Crocodile very much. He very rarely gets to stream, but he is such a cool dude, and he's so chill. On the other hand, there's some pretty cool OSL work going on the PPC on this Black Knight. It's too on brand. It's what we were working on. We got to go check out what Punished Fink is doing. Hang on, let me get this started. I know a lot of you fine folks are probably about to turn in for the night. If you feel like sticking around for just a couple of minutes and going with the raid, go ahead and check out the channel we're raiding into. He does a lot of Battletech content. If that's what you're here for, he's probably someone you're going to want to drop a follow to. And, you know, follows are free. So let's go ahead and get that going. Folks, thank you so much for joining me tonight on the first of our Terrain Tuesdays, which I'm going to start making a regular thing. Like every Tuesday, I want to be painting some terrain, so I'm actually getting terrain done. We need to get some more of this done because we're just about set to actually stream from the game room, and I need to have more terrain if we're gonna do that. I just redid my lights out there, and I'm really excited to test it out. Well then, go to bed, for the love of God, White Wolf. Jeez. We are gonna be back Thursday the 27th for what I'm calling Thorough Thursday, which is a terrible name. I'm going to probably call it something else. But it's the day that we're going to focus on doing high-level techniques on single models. In this case, we're working on Vader number 2 in oil. This little gent right here that we were doing in oil paint last time, getting that nice blue-black. I'm very excited about working on him. Saturday, the 29th, is Discord movie night. We're going to be watching Fateful Findings by Neil Breen on Discord. If you want to join us for that, please jump into the Discord. You can hit a button below me or hit !! Discord in chat to get a link. That movie's gonna be different. Anyway, then Sunday the 30th, Sloppy Sunday, another one that I need to rename. We're doing mass painting on Sundays, digging back into our Conquest Militia. And Tuesday the 1st, next week, Terrain Tuesday again. I've got sci-fi 28mm terrain to dig into. Thank you as always to everybody who came out tonight and my amazing mods. Until next time, keep on painting.